Yo! What is up, everybody? How is everyone doing? New week.
Perfect information.
Oh, that's a long one.
Now, swap frog tier soon. Test. Hello? Is this thing on? Ahem. The ting goes scraw. Pap pap ka skiddy pap pap. And a poop poop pound boom skia. Doo cuckoo doom doom poom poom. You done now.
Yo, thank you, Tijantic. Appreciate that.
Perfect information.
Pog streamerman live equals better day.
Yo,
less
it's
than
crazy.
3.
Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. Which sub badge is that? Oh, that's a dupe frog still. Yeah. Nice. How do you like the sub badges? How are the badges looking? We like those? I need that toad ASAP. Well,
Joshua now has perfect information.
you know, that the toad needs to work. That's the highest one, of course. Of course, that's the highest one. Yo, why are you watching this? Thank you for the prime. Steel129, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. What to say? Thank you for the 3 months. Pepe D indeed. Thank you. Only 10 more months, Monka. Oh, well, you gotta work for it. However, the other ones are also pretty cool. I think they're all pretty pog, to be fair. I think they're all pretty pog, to be fair. Like, look at the little Ronin going. Look at the swap frog. They're cool. I like those. They're pretty pog. Who made the badges? An artist I found on Discord.
Joshua now has perfect information.
No list before Vegas Plaza.
No list before Vegas. When is Vegas? Is Vegas before Lyon? When is Vegas? Thank you, Luke, for the 6 months. And D Kurokawa, thank you for the prime as well. Oh, it's the week after. I don't think you're gonna have to fear a list. I think it's gonna be a. I don't think there's gonna be a list for Vegas. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think it's the thing. I think you don't see the sub badges, Pazim, because you have the founder badge. Voldemort said something on the Discord about you have to decide between the founder badge and the sub badge. I think. Ren, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate that. How was your guys' weekend? My weekend was pretty good. I played some Edison on Saturday. It was hype. Was the second one Treeborn? Yeah, they are, hold on. They are in order. 1 month is Tadpole, 2 months is Treeborn, 3 months is Substitute. And then after 6 months, you get the YCS winning ones. You get Dupe Frog, Swap Frog, Ronin Toad, and Toad. For 6, 9, 12, and 1.5. Yeah. One more. Yeah, exactly. One more for Swap Frog. Yeah. Easy clap. You made ulti pulling the rock spike. There's no way. You are messing with me. There's no shot. Did that actually happen? No. No. Hold up. That can't be real. Okay, look, let me tell you what happened. I went through, like I said, I went out for Edison on Saturday. I visited the E-Man Games store and we played some Edison. It was cool. And so I went and organized some of my I went ahead and organized some of my Edison stuff, right? And I have ulti pulling the rack. And so I looked at the card while I was sorting my cards. And I was like, yo, this card is kind of funny against Flunder. Of course it's not good. But I jokingly posted, like, I just want to know how it feels to use this against Flunderies. Just one time, right? That's what I posted. There's no shot this card went up. The problem is, I don't know what it was at before. I don't know what it was at before. Like, is this... I don't know what this means. Wait. 30-day average is $15, and now it's like more than that, right? If you want near mint. It's so funny if people actually bought it. It's so funny if people actually bought it because I tweeted that. That's ridiculous. Stop. Don't do that. I was joking. Xshipai, thank you for the sub, by the way. Appreciate that. Well, very much. Thank you. Enjoy your tadpole. Will you be in Berlin the 28th? I have a Ghost Darkground that needs to be signed. I will not be in Berlin on the 28th. That is way too far for me. Josh has power Pepe hands. I do have power. I do have power like that. Apparently I'm powerful. Well, it'd be like that. That is hilarious. Okay. What is the daily YG Ortal situation today? Is it a we do this day or not? Have you watched Sam's new Duel Night episode? I have not. Is it good? We might watch it on lunch break today. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Edison cards are just getting more expensive naturally currently. It's probably not because I posted about it. It's probably not because I posted about it, to be fair. Anyhow, not sure if I get it. You can try though. That does sound like I won't get it, but I mean, it is new. It is. I'm always inclined to try a Link monster. Let's try Underworld Goddess. Where is it? There. Light Link. Link 4. Wait, Light Link 4, 3000 attack. That can't be that hard. Oh god, I have one in mind that I don't know what the name is. It's like the Mech Knight. Isn't the Mech Knight Link 4? Well, no, obviously it's not Avermax. But I meant a different one. I was thinking of this thing. But that's a rank 4. That's the one I was thinking of. Raster Liger is 2000. It has to be, okay. The year is 2000. Light is Zero Bar or is a light? No. Nightmare Griffin is 2500. It can't be that. It's 3000 attack. Also, it's not a fiend. Trouble Sunny? Trouble Sunny is bigger. 3300. Firewall is 2500. Tenny Link 4 is not a light monster, is it? Oh. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, yeah. I actually... What does this one do? We got hella lucky, though, to be fair. To be fair, we got very lucky that Underworld Goddess was so, like, almost spot on. That was kind of... We kind of lucked on that one. We lucked out on that one. Anyways. Okay. Let's see what kind of week we are looking at. What's up, Cartana? How you doing? Let's see what type of week we're looking at. Is it a good week or a bad week? Oh, this looks very familiar already. It's gotta be a Blackwing. But isn't that the spirit background? It is not a Blackwing. That was the spirit background, was it not? Is this preparation of rites? No. Right? Oh, it's face off. Oh. Oops. What's up, Sir Yora? How you doing? Is this Arcana barrier or Arcane barrier? Nope. Sorcerer's Spell Wall. Again, Golem. Is it dummy? No, it's not dummy Golem. Millennium Golem? No. Oh, Destroyer Golem. You're right. You're right. It is Destroyer Golem. Trickstar? No, Recital. This is Mayakashi. I think this is a Mayakashi support card. Oh, I can't see shit. Oh, it's the turtle thingy. No, it's the turtle thing that destroys all cards when it's tribute summoned, I think. There's one of these for each, I think, attribute. There's like a fire one. I know for sure there's a fire and an earth one. They're very old. I don't know this card. Remote Rebirth? Flush Fire. Oh, Gaia Soul. Gaia Soul. What do we have here? Some like Cleaford, Shadol lore type of stuff. Is it not? Shadol, Tellarknight, Genesis. Okay, I'm getting mixed answers. Tellarknight, Genesis. Okay. You were right. One of you was right. Constellar. Throw a name at me. Star chart? Constellar star chart. You are correct. Is this just Burst Tinatrix? Oh yeah. Star Changer. Oh, is this Voria returning alive? It is. Plunder. Plunder, name the guy. Who is it? I always need your help on the plunders. I have no shot on the plunders. I can't. Whitebeard? Well, it's some beard. Bluebeard. Blackbeard. Redbeard. Of course it's the last one, I guess. Of course it's the last one. It has to be. By the law. It's a spell trap. Ah, yes, Scrub. What is this? Performapal? Goom Goom. I've never seen this before. Well, this is Astrograph. Well, what is he doing? What is he cooking? Magical Star Illusion. Oh, Black Fang. Pog 2 points. We take those. Today is rough. Mirror conductor. It's not easy today. This is Onibimaru. Well, if it isn't number 87. Is this the Archer? Is this Amazonas Archer? Is this that one? No, it's not. But I've seen this one. Crimson Sentry? Mambili. Well, this round's awful. I know none of these cards. Doombearer, Psycho. What is this? I'm noticing a pattern in the recent card guessers. It's a rough year so far. This I think is a Gradle, is it not? Gradle Dragon. Yep. What is this? Oh, the Shidori. Actually, I do know this. Can't complain about that one. What do we have here? Aether? No. Golden Dragon Summoner. This is an Element Saber. But it's a trap element training. That does not exist. No, elemental training. Okay. True. It's giving me Boral or Rocket vibes. I think this is Borreload. It's not. Is Boral Guard? Oh, it is. Who Megalol? Cluster Congester? Old. This is old. Novak's Prayer. You are absolutely correct. Novak's Prayer. It's the, is it called Battle something? Some Battle? Two-man, this is the one. Yeah, I knew it was some Battle. Oh, this is the broken synchro. Nah, I've seen this one. Some Mecha Phantom Beast. Do a barrel roll. I've heard of this card name. Is this a Rika? Bloom Diva. Melodious? Okay. I do not know my Melodious cards. This is a Hunter, I think. Ha-Hunder, Ma-Hunder, one of those. Oh, is the bro? Okay. I don't know this. Bro, I'm bad today. Clog Wyvern? Oh, that's the one they used in Cyber's Eldritch sometimes. Oh, Panda. Treasure Panda. Some Necro Valley card, some Imperial Tomb kind of shit, but... Throne? Yes. Is this Raigeki bottle? No. I don't think it's... It's some bottle, though. Lightning bottle? No. It is some bottle. Oh, it is Raigeki bottle, then. That's what okay. I don't know why I thought it wasn't that. Oh, I was thinking of anti-Raigeki. That's what I was thinking. It's not that. It's a Jurag. Titano? Indeed. Oh, this is the Ra thingy. Right? This is Divine... wait, this is Winged Dragon of Ra, Immortal Phoenix, right? Yes. Nisashi. Is this Decoy Squad again? Yeah. Siegfried. Yeah. I feel like I'm supposed to know this. Yeah. Hajun. Oh, this is hieratic something. Yeah. You look familiar. This looks familiar. It's like a 6 samurai card, but which one? Advisor? BN's advisor. I think that's it, yeah. Oh, this is old. Oh, this is the clam. Is it called clam? No. Treasure chest. Is it that one? It is that one. It's not a it's not a clam? Oh! That was map, right? That was just magnificent map jump scare last second, right? Or was it PB Rise map? I think it was Flunder map. It was not Morphtronic map. Hold up. I need to know if they got me good last minute. Because I got a jump scare out of that one. TGR, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate that. It was not Piri Rise map. It was not that. No, it was Flunder map, I think. Was it Treasure map? Treasure map. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Joshua now
No, that's not what it was. There was something that stood on it. It was not this one. Fluanderies map. But it was not that one either. Morphtronic map. Was it this? Was it that? I think it was that. Yeah, I think it was that one. Aaron, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. All right. Well, 651. Disappointing. Not gonna sugarcoat it. Disappointed by that. OCG review time. Well, we have two options. We have two options. We can either start by looking at the OCG metagame, or we start by looking at the rest of the card reveals from Cyberstorm Axis, because I think there's been a couple final cards revealed, and some of them are interesting, and I think it's better to start with that. I think it is better to start with that. So let's hop on over. Where are all the rest of the cards from Cyberstorm? There's like, what is this? Tauntaun, Wannabe, The Last Thyak UR, Pendulum Moon, Ringo Worm, the 100 Apple Dragon, Sakitama, looks like Spirit Support. There's a lot of stuff. Okay. Wannabe is so good, is it? I really like usual, I try to not get spoiled by any of that. Okay. We're just gonna go in order of what I have open here. I don't think any of these, or most of these, don't belong to any specific archetype. They're just like good, or like they're just like general card, like pack filler, whatever. Gonna go through them one by one. This has all of them together. Well, now I have all of them open anyway, so we're just gonna do that. Anyhow, Tauntaun, quick play spell card. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Target one face-up monster on the field. If its current attack and defense and/or level are higher than their original values, they become their respective original values. Then pay life points in multiples of 100. Max 1000.
Joshua now has perfect information.
During your main phase, if your life points are equal to your opponent's and this card's in your grave, you set this card to your field. Lovelo, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Wait. Pay life points in multiples. But can I just pay myself down to 100 immediately? Like, can I pay however much I want?
Joshua now has perfect information.
Oh, max. I'm an idiot. I somehow couldn't comprehend this part. Okay, yeah. Max 1K. Silco P, thank you for the 2 months. I thought for a second it was interesting for some stuff like that, right? Like, not self FTK, but like the one where you do where you swap opponents with where you swap life points with the opponent. What was that one? How did you manage to do that? How would you manage to do that? What was the card that did that? Reversal Quiz, that's the one. Reversal Quiz did that. Yeah. Anyways, since you can't do that, since it literally says on the card max 1000, it's useless. Right? Unless there's ever a deck where it really matters that you have. Nah, this is not good. Okay. Alright, now this is the one that you said was crazy. Wannabe. Level 2 light insect effect monster. You can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn. During the end phase, you can send this card from hand or field to the graveyard. Excavate cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of your opponent's unoccupied spell and trap zones. And if you do, you can set one excavated trap card, but send it to the graveyard during the next end phase. Also, place the rest on the bottom of the deck in any order. Fabi Sub, thank you for the 5 months already. Thank you. So, this is basically quote-unquote a hand trap. That is also quite strong going first. Of course, I mean, this card can only go in trap decks, right? This card can only go in trap decks. It's a tutor for trap cards. And the cool thing about this card is that if you get a trap card with this in your opponent's end phase, like let's say your opponent goes first, makes a board, and then you activate this. If you get a good trap card, you can immediately use it going into your turn, right? It's quite interesting. It's quite a good card. Wannabe equals Backjack plus Prosperity. Well, not quite. Not quite, because Backjack can be used like immediately, right? In your the card can be used immediately, even in the end phase or whatever. But it's a good card, I want to say. I do want to say this is a good card. It's not like insane broken to the level where you know, it catapults trap decks into the best thing you can do. But I'm gonna be honest, as a trap deck enthusiast, and I say that with like the good trap decks in mind, right? Not the ones where you just floodgate your opponent, but the ones where you actually try to like interact with trap cards. I appreciate this type of support, right? I mean, like, yeah, this card can like help a couple of trap strategies out. I like this. It's not gonna help Paleo that much, but I mean, looking back, if we had this in Paleo format, this would have been pretty good because it's also a level 2, right? But sadly, we don't have Paleo format anymore. We don't have Paleo format anymore, but this card would have been pretty good in, yeah. Is there a trap deck that can add this back every turn? Not that I know of. No, I don't know of any trap deck that can add back insect monsters from the graveyard repeatedly. I mean, you could like make Sprite Elf. Yeah, okay. You could make Sprite Elf and bring it back repeatedly in like grindy matchups. But it also has to survive if you do that, right? If it has to survive if you do that. No, it's cute. It's a good card. It's a good card. Whether it helps trap decks out enough remains to be seen, but it's nothing to scoff at. I think it's a powerful card. Of course, it's worth noting that it's awful in trap mirror matches because you only get to reveal like 1 or 2 cards if they set a bunch. If they set 5, you can't use it at all, right? Because I don't think this counts. I do not think this counts the field spell zone. So if they just set 5 back row, it's pretty bad in trap mirror matches. But it's interesting design. Yeah, it's like not too powerful, but definitely strong. Yeah, quite a cool card. Okay, nice. Okay, this was just a rarity spoiler. Pendulum Moon. But where is Pendulum Sun? I get it. Level 1 light spellcaster pendulum effect. Now, I haven't read the effect of this yet, but I saw people go crazy over this, I think on Facebook or Twitter it was. Okay. Pendulum scale 0. Interesting. You can only use the pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. During your main phase, you can add a face-up pendulum a face-up pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand, then destroy this card. So any pendulum monster that has pendulum in the name, I guess. Which, what is there? Like, there's a bunch, right? Pendulums are my favorite. I love pendulums. Yeah, there's like Luster, Pendulum Sorcerer, Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. There's like a bunch. So you can basically swap this in your scale for the one in the extra deck. You can only use the monster effect of this card's name once per turn. If you have 2 cards in your pendulum zone, you can add up to 2 face-up pendulums from your extra deck to your hand, each with a level between exclusive the pendulum scales of the cards in your pendulum zone. Also, for the rest of this turn, unless you pendulum summon after this effect resolves, you cannot activate monster effects, and the effects of any cards in your pendulum zones are negated. Okay. Now this card is neat, but it doesn't strike me as like particularly good. Is like the first effect is kind of mediocre because it just lets you switch it for a pendulum in your extra deck, which is like neither like a positive or but it's like not a benefit essentially. It's not a plus or anything. The second effect, of course, adds back 2 pendulums from your extra deck to your hand, but that's only really relevant if you have scale set up, which you need anyways for this effect to work, right? So this card cannot get you to scale, right? This card cannot get you scales because in order for that to happen, you already need scales. Yeah, you cannot add back a level 1 if you have a scale 1. That's why it says exclusive. It's just to make clear what the level between means, right? So if you have scales of 4 and 8, you can add back the levels between that, which is 5, 6, and 7. You cannot add back 4 and 8 if you have 4 and 8 as scales. So the way I can see this card being used, or the only way this card can be used, I think, is if you have like a deck that really has an easy time loading up the extra deck, right? But then doesn't have the link arrows to pendulum summon all of that, right? So in that case, you can have this card, and then you can add the cards back from your extra deck, and then you can pendulum summon them from your hand instead of from the extra deck. Which, if you summon them from your hand, you don't need the link arrows, right? So that's like the use case for this card, right? To get around the restriction of pendulum now with the link arrows. That's like the one thing. Like maybe Metal Foes, maybe Ignite. I don't know if those decks ever like come back into the metagame, which, I mean, to be fair, Ignites was never in the metagame. Yeah, I mean, there might be a deck or a combo that really appreciates this, right? But I don't know. It's not a bad card by any means. It's not a bad card by any means, but it's also not something that I find particularly exciting. No. This one, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure is good. Now, I could not manage to stay away from this card's effect. I have seen it somewhere. But just to recap. Ringoworm the 100 Apple Dragon. Level 2 Light Dragon Tuner effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If there is a face-up non-effect monster on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the turn you synchro summon the synchro monster, you can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon a 100 Apple token. If this token is used as synchro material, it can be used as a tuner, treated as a tuner. So this card is pretty good support to a couple of archetypes. Now, I have seen I think the most obvious one, the most obvious archetype that this can go into is like Tenny Sword Soul. Because that deck already has vanillas. that deck already has vanillas, and then you might be able to go into some different level synchro routes, right? Like you can make a, like if you go Moe effect, summon a token, then you can special summon this, and then you could maybe make a level 6 synchro first before going into something else. And then make another token later on down the line. It's an interesting card, right? Because it's like, it special summons itself and it creates 2 tuners at once, basically. So it's pretty interesting. If only it was, if it was a worm, it'd be crazy in Sword Soul, I'm pretty sure. Agents get pretty good. I have seen one combo video where they use Venus plus this. The problem that I have with that is that you have to play 3 Shine Balls for that. I don't know if agents... Like, agents nowadays seems like such an all-in type of strategy, putting 3 freaking Shine Balls into your deck. And then, as far as I'm concerned, like, this card is not realistically searchable in agents. So it's major cope. Like, you literally have the same chances of drawing a Shine Ball than drawing this card. It's very mediocre, I think. And then I don't even know how consistently agents can even get to Venus on the first turn, right? Do they have more searchers for Venus these days? Probably. They got a Rhoda. Okay, then at least a little bit more consistency there, but still. Like, I would never base my deck around like a combo that's like, okay, I have 6 copies of Venus in my deck, and then 3 copies of this dragon, and that's pretty much it. I don't really see how that's gonna work. I think this card could be a neat addition to the Sword Soul archetype, where you don't have to draw this in Sword Soul, right? Your deck works if you don't draw this. Your deck is fine. But if you draw this on top, it could make some of your combos a little bit stronger. Or maybe other archetypes. Right? Maybe in other archetypes, like Dragon Link can use this, right? Because yeah, Dragon Link synchro summons. And Dragon Link could maybe make use of some extra tuners. Dragon Link will not have a vanilla, right? Dragon Link does not really have a vanilla, but there's that. Adventure Engine. That's a very good point. I almost forgot about that one. The Adventure Engine, of course, also puts a non-effect monster onto the field. All right? It also puts a vanilla onto the field, and we don't know yet. At this point in time, for us in the TCG, we still have the Adventure Engine at full force. Right? We still have the Adventure Engine without any hits on the ban list, and so depending on what happens until Cyberstorm Axis, you know, you could make some stuff happen with the Adventure Engine in this one. Right? I can see this being used. It's a strong card. It's a very strong card. Just yeah, would have also been an insane Hulk target if we still had it, because it's like just Hulk summons 2 tuners now. Tuner number 2. If you look at it, it's basically, this card is comparable to Glow Up Bulb because it's 2 tuners in 1 card. Plus it has the bonus where it can summon itself if you have a vanilla. So it's kind of insane. I think it's a pretty good card. All right, then we have Yukai Narin no Kitsunebi Urara. Okay. Okay, now they're literally just copying evolutions. How is this just not like, okay, well. Fire Warrior. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. All face-up monsters on the field become fire. If this card is in your grave and your opponent has a fire monster on the field or in their grave, you can special summon this card. Is this part of an archetype or something? Because in its own right, this doesn't make that much sense to me. Like, what's the point of this card? Goes in mad. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for people to lock me out of summoning anything because they goes in match plus UK Narin no Kitsunebi Urarami. This one I think is we don't have to spend much time on. This is just a freaking pack filler, I think. This really feels like a pack filler. Sakitama, more spirit support after what? Was it the third Tama? Okay, what are the first two? There's Aratama. Aratama is like the dark one, and I think there's another. What's the other one called? Oh, Nikitama. Nikitama is the light one, right? Nikitama is the light one, and Aratama is the dark one. Okay. Cannot be special summoned like all spirits. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand immediately after this effect resolves. Normal summon a spirit monster from your hand. Okay, that's good. I mean, that if spirits needed something like this, this is exactly it. Then it has the return to hand in the end phase clause. If this card is tributed, you can target a spirit monster in your grave. Add it to your hand. Okay. I don't see any broken interactions with this. It is worth noting that you could theoretically use this in every single like deck technically that wants a level 4 fairy extender, because you can just reveal it and then normal summon itself as a free extra normal summon. Max, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. So yeah, it's just a level 4 extender. It can also be used for tribute fodder for forever, like monarchs, right? For example, like if you have a deck that wants to summon like monsters that require a tribute, you can go reveal this, normal summon it, tribute it for whatever you want to summon. It adds back, it adds itself back to hand, so it's kind of an infinite normal summon in that sense, right? Aratama adds this card for a 1-card rank 4. Yeah, I think Aratama is a Stratos on normal summon. Hold up. Cannot be special summoned during the end phase. Return to the hand. When this card is normal summoned or flip face up, add a spirit from your deck to your hand, except Aratama. Yeah. Easy as that. Easy as that. You can get a 1-card rank 4, right? And then what does Nikitama do again? Nikitama, they all had synergy together, I believe. Nikitama is cannot be special summoned during the end phase of the turn. This is normal summoned, return to the hand. During the turn this card was normal summoned, you can normal summon a spirit in addition to your normal summoner set. When this card is sent to the grave, draw a card. You must control the spirit to activate and resolve this effect. So if you draw like 2 of these, you can make a couple things happen. Rancor, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. I will. Well, I mean, it's not... I don't think it's like out of the ordinary amazing or whatever. Misses timing? This one does not miss timing. It's mandatory. This one is when this card is sent to the graveyard, you have to draw a card. You have to draw. You have no choice. But it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, I guess it is cute that in the OCG these play under max C without giving any draws, right? Although, I mean, the end goal of this combo is always going to be a rank, like an Exceed summon or a Link summon. So you're always going to end up giving at least some sort of draws, but of course it makes it better into max C. Not awful, but okay. Harvest Angel of Doom. Okay, that scares me. Oh, this is a retrain of the fairy counter trap guy. Right? So it's a dark fairy Pendulum Scale 8. You can only use the pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. During your main phase, you can destroy this card, and if you do, add one Black Horn of Heaven from your deck to your hand. Okay. Monster effect. You can only use the first and second monster effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or pendulum summoned, you can add a Horn of Heaven from your deck to your hand. If this card is tributed, you can place it in your pendulum zone. Okay, yeah, so it's just counter fairy support. It's just this card is nuts. This card is not nuts, okay? I mean, look, Black Horn of Heaven, if you go first, is not like the worst card in the world, right? But it's also not the best card in the world. And then and Horn of Heaven, I would argue, is also the same, like not that great, but not awful. You're early today. I literally started the exact same time that I've been starting for months now. So it's always the same time. But good day to you. I mean, you get 2 counters for free on top of the body. It's pretty good. See, the problem is that for you to do this, you have to put Black Horn of Heaven and Horn of Heaven into your deck. That is the bigger problem. That is the much bigger problem. Did you see someone topped a regional with Valence? I have not seen that, but we will investigate that. That does sound interesting. Remind me of that later. Remind me to check the spreadsheet and see if there was any interesting developments. It was New Zealand. Look, we can also watch a tier limit deck profile instead, if that makes you happy, Skrulp. If you want to investigate on the way people are using Ishizu tier. I already know you're going to say yes. Yeah, I know. I knew that. What was I saying? Yeah, the problem with this card is if you pull this off successfully, it's pretty good, right? If you get to go first and you get to draw this card and it gets to get you a Black Horn of Heaven, then you pendulum summon it and you also get Horn of Heaven. That's pretty good. However, the problem is, I would argue, that you're playing a deck with Black Horn of Heaven and Horn of Heaven. And what happens if you go second and you draw these cards in your hand? You're playing a pendulum strategy, which is already notoriously bad at going second, right? And you're throwing cards like this into the mix, right? Which make it so much worse going second. And then, like, you could side those going first, maybe. Maybe you could side this going first only, not in the main deck. That could be something. But you also have to consider that, like, you could also just be playing Guiding Ariadne, right? From freaking, like, what, 5 years? No, more than 5 years ago. 7 years ago. 7 or 8 years ago. Right? So, and that card is arguably better. Because, I mean, you have to go through the motion to be able to destroy it. But for the most part, like, Guiding Ariadne is also pretty strong. We did it? Oh, we did. Yeah, we hit the sub goal. Crow. You know what that means?
Joshua Schmidt.
Joshua
Schmidt. Joshua.
We're pausing.
Joshua Schmidt.
Joshua Schmidt.
Shirtless stream? That is not what it means.
Joshua.
Apparently you don't know what it means.
Joshua Schmidt. Joshua.
Joshua now has perfect information. His beast is taking down. Joshua's got it.
Okay.
It all comes down to
I'm gonna let you
Joshua's
finish
big
Tech
goal
AD
sprint.
and then we finish talking about this
This
side.
is over.
Joshua Schmidt.
Okay, that all those things being said, the card basically searches 2 counter traps, which is in itself a good card, but you don't want to be playing these counter traps in your deck, basically. That's the problem. Full active Duprex. This card looks pretty cool. It's giving me like Pankratops vibes. Oh, please be Pankratops. Level 9 wind Cyber's effect monster. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. Banish 2 link monsters from your grave. Spare some card from your hand. Your linked monsters can make up to 2 attacks. If this card is sent to the grave, oh, it's just another Cyber's combo tool. It's not. Oh no. Oh, it's boring. It's not as cool as it looks. It's just another Cyber's extender. Oh man, we really needed that, right? Very cool, very pog. God damn it. God damn it. Well, and I believe that is all the cards. Is there any card that I missed that was announced?
Joshua now has perfect information.
Cyber's hater.
I mean, yeah, of course I'm a Cyber's hater. Thank you for the 8 months waiver. Who is not a Cyber's hater? Step forward. Who loves looking at a combo for 10 minutes to stare at a freaking heat soul at the end of it? Okay, that is all of them. I will say Wannabe, by far the most exciting one, I think. And the Apple Dragon. The Apple Dragon is also decently exciting. The rest, pretty much what you expect from pack fillers, I think. I think the rest is pretty much what you would expect from pack fillers. Now, I wanted to see what in general the impact of Cyberstorm Axis was going to be for the OCG metagame. However, I think most sources that we have are from pre Cyberstorm Axis still. I have seen some deck lists pop up here and there, but we're going to talk about that in a second. There's a pie chart. Can you link that pie chart? Lithium has a video on it. Okay, hold up. Oh, he does. Okay, we can check that out then. That is nice. Because what I found and what I wanted to look at first, I think this is not quite, I don't think this is post Cyberstorm Axis. Because can someone remind me when exactly Cyberstorm Axis dropped? Because the post was from 3 days ago. It released like 2 days ago. Okay. So the thing is, Japan usually has a decent amount of tournaments, so they probably should have some results going up soon-ish. But this one I think is precisely, this is before Cyberstorm Axis. This one here, because this is from last week. The number, this got even more, didn't it? We looked at this. We looked at the OCG Metagame Report number 1, which was the one where it had like 20% tier. Now it's 31. Bro, tier is never going anywhere. Tier is just freaking unkillable. They have to freaking kill them all. It's oh my god, look at this.
Joshua now has perfect
My god. Steiny, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So they play 4 Kashtiras. The 1 Rhino, the 1 Sharon, the 2 Halfness, the 3 Merly. They play all the 8 Ishizu cards. This is so ridiculous. Why do they still have 8? Oh, God. What is this one? Shadol. It's a fire Shadol. Yeah, I know that. What does it do again? It just mills cards. Oh, yeah, that's good in this deck. I find it super weird. How they don't play Shadol Fusion. Like, if I had Shadols in my main deck, a couple, I'd be so inclined to at least side deck Shadol Fusion. I'm sure some of them do it. It's just in the lists that I see, the ones that end up winning, it's just not there. I'd be so tempted to do that. That seems so free. But yeah, as it turns out, friggin' tier limit, like a free fusion from the graveyard is pretty good. Kid Carlos was pretty insane, but a free fusion is still pretty strong, even if it's not Kid Carlos. Because friggin' like Winda, Mud Dragon, Rule Carlos, Dragos Stapelia, Kaleido Heart, and the Grapha fusion, if you get one of those for free, they're still all pretty damn strong. But this is before. This was before Cyberstorm Axis. I think the 2 decks that are clearly the dominant forces in the OCG right now, before Cyberstorm Axis, are Tearlament and Tri-Brigade, which I think those are Tri-Brigade sprites. Yeah, 17 are Tri-Brigade sprites, which I think we can look at an example. This is like super cookie cutter. This is a super cookie cutter deck. We can basically play this in the TCG already. Like, it basically already exists. This is nothing new. This just exists. Is there anything else here? Labyrinth has some showings. Like, barely. It's like interesting. I think Labyrinth is not bad. But yeah, that's pretty much it. They have like Tier, Tri-Brigade Sprite, some Labyrinth, and I would argue everything else is kind of rogue here. Runic, Stun is what they mostly play, and then, you know. So it's basically Tier Limit and Sprite format. But different. Just a little different. Because the Sprite version is now a Tri-Brigade, and the Tier version is now whatever you want to call this piece of, you know. But at least Kashtira is gone. That's something. And now I'm being told this is a locals after Photon, after Cyberstorm Axis. First place Tier Elements, second place Tier Elements. Aha. This is very different. This is a whopping, what, 2 cards difference? We have a whopping 2 card difference in the main deck because this person decided to play 2 Ash Blossoms instead of a Meta Noise and what? A Foolish Burial? Very pog. Very huge impact from Cyberstorm Axis. And then second place, we have another hugely different... Oh, this one is 3 cards different, chat. This one has added 2 Ashes and a... No, this is also just 2 cards different. They just took out a different card, not the Foolish. What did they take out? The Fire Shadol. Pog. Okay, well. And then we have Labyrinth. With a lot of floodgates. Get that out of my face. Oh, God. Okay, well, what else is there? What do we have here? Ooh. Yo, what is this? Hello? Base department? What is this card? What is the one on the top here? A new synchron? Assault synchron. Let me people investigate that one. Assault synchron. Yu-Gi-Oh. That is in fact what it is. But where is it from? When do we get it? During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand, then take 700 damage. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck, except Synchro monsters, while this card is face up in the monster. This card is very good. If with face up dragon Synchro monster you control is tributed or banished, you can banish this card from your grave. Target one of those. Whoa. This card is insane. This card is sick nasty. Level 2 tuner extender that you can just special summon for 700 life points. Locks you into synchros, but only while it's there. And then if a face-up dragon synchro is tributed or banished, you can banish this card and just bring it back. Bro, he's insane. He's nuts. But I don't know what sub 1 is. Like what set that is. I do not know where it's from. Secret utility box. Oh, that sounds very cool. When do we usually get those cards? Is it like a side set angle where we don't know when and like it probably... We get this in Maze of Memories. We never get it. Okay, that is... there's a lot of contradicting info in chat here. So, okay, I mean, we don't know when we get this, but that's a good card. Okay, and they play this in like Punk Bestial. Okay, that looks fun. That looks like a cool deck, Punk Bestial. I'm down. Ah, they've switched up the order a bit. I like it. I like it. They've decided to put the King of the Swamp in the second row. Yeah, nice. Oh, yeah. Well, we don't have that much to report from the OCG land. We do not have that much to report. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you guys, but apparently, yeah, let's check this one. This one does seem like it has a little bit more. This one does feel like it has a little bit more. Hold on.
Guys, welcome back. So OCG Meta Game Breakdown for...
Oh no!
Let's say...
We missed the what's up, guys.
Yo, what's up guys? Welcome back. So OCG Meta Game Breakdown for, let's say, early half of January 2023. So as you know, the OCG recently got their new Forbidden and Limited list. Like Tier Element was hit, for example. Spright was already hit. And as we've seen past week in the first analysis of Road of the King, link will be in the video description, was that Tier Element is taking over again. Even though, what is it, Kid Kalos is banned, Sharon at 1, I believe, Reno Heart at 1, so the deck is pretty much, hit to a full extent almost. And it's still, I was about to say, one of the best deck, if not the best deck, as you see here in the most recent breakdown for, I believe, 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago, January 13th. But it's intriguing. It's really, really intriguing. Let's go to Road of the King first and then some extra deck lists, since there are some nice techs popping up. And that's, could be interesting for us TCG players as well. First of all, the tier element build here for Road of the King. I don't think there's any big differences compared to the tier element list that we've seen past week. During your turn, potentially go for the Sprite again. That's
This
not
is the
something
Sprite.
too different, as you see here on the right side. And the pie chart, it doesn't hit cards. You know, the trap that summons directly from the deck. Welcome Labyrinth, I believe the name is, yeah. I think so. So that's why DD Crow is there, and it definitely makes sense. But outside of that, I don't think we see anything out of the ordinary. So speaking of Labyrinth, it's again one of those sleeper decks, I feel. The thing is that we might get a big Forbidden and Limited list for us TCG players as well. Soon. I don't know, no clue. But Labyrinth is a sleeper deck. It's a deck that depends on if the other decks are getting hit. Might become one of the top decks.
Your thoughts on
Tri-Sprite
Tri-Sprite and TCG? I think it's solid. It's just not better than the Toad versions. I think the reason why they go for it is because they don't have Toad anymore.
Very similar to Eldritch, super trap heavy deck. More deck list of Labyrinth ready within the next couple of moments. Plus, again, you can main deck so many floodgates as well. Plus some sneaky, evenly matched, and in this case, Maxi. But Maxi has, at least it wasn't in the main deck, I think, for the other two deck lists that, we'll show in a couple of moments. But one card caught my attention, and I need to, get a peek. It's a normal trap, Symbol Archfiends. For me, that's new, but it's basically very similar to Dimensional Barrier. While Dimensional Barrier doesn't hit Link Summons, this card does. So Symbol Archfiends states that, upon activation, both players cannot summon like an extra deck summon or a monster type, card type, then they already have on field. So this also hits rituals, of course, and this could also hit links. So it's basically a dimensional barrier, but a dimensional barrier for link summons. So, and it's a normal trap. So again, it kind of makes sense here.
They cite one copy.
So that's a cool one. Really, really nice.
I guess for certain decks only. It doesn't seem that strong.
That's it. That's it for Road of the King. So let's continue to some extra deck lists. And then first of all, I'm not so sure if these are the most intriguing deck lists, but they are...
Oh no, I was hoping Labyrinth was gonna be a cool deck, but they just do the floodgate stuff. Oh, nah.
Eldritch 2.0, I guess. But again, it makes sense. It's
I didn't want it to be another Eldritch.
If you have the Labyrinth cards, you're set to go, but... It super depends on the Banlist we might get soon.
Not Eldritch 2.
Months. That again, Labyrinth might be piloted to top tier, or might be a super meta deck, but I'm not so sure. Seeing that both decks here, both deck lists are super heavy on floodgates. There are some small differences. While right side player is running green and yellow, it's more of
Albas. We've got Branded Bestial. Okay.
My list on the right
with
side.
Quem.
It's Labyrinth, right? So
Quem and Cartesia.
TCG is going to develop and adapt if Labyrinth is going to be that next top tier deck, or might become a top tier deck. Left side, another Labyrinth deck list, but it is what it is. Right side, and this is one of the most interesting lists from this weekend for me. With all of the new Despia, well, not Despia, but Albus cards, this caught my attention. And again, I played tested with Bestials, with Despia, Albus, like twice this week. We'll leave a link in the, like an annotation with the new cards. And a couple of things caught my attention. Is that again, Magnamut is at 1. Indeed, Lubellion, the level 8 one, is at 3, simply because it's such an important
Quem is a good card.
Extend or whatever. Branded in High Spirits is indeed a crucial card, gets your... That's because the new one, right? Is it called the Quiem? The Queen, the one next to Cartesia.
Quem.
It's basically an Armageddonite plus, and as you might have seen in the videos, you can special summon her directly from the deck, and then, Foolish Burial something, plus Extend, simply because she has an extra beneficial Reborn effect as well, that works during your opponent's turn also. Only one Cartesia. Double Albus, yeah, seems pretty stable. Plus the kit, yeah, that's something that I indeed added in the second deck list a couple of days ago to my main deck as well, simply because, again, extending, and there is indeed the Springen's fusion in the extra. He's going for double.
They are playing the new Chaos Stern Crew, which is not much of a surprise. That card's very good.
And it's like, or when your opponent, what is it, special summon something from the extra deck? I think it's something like that. You can banish it from either field or graveyard to special summon the Despia Synchro from your extra deck, which again basically negates an extra deck monster, basically, from your opponent. So that's cool, that's nice. But again, we know that the Branded Fusion is at 1. And I think the TCG might follow. Not soon, but it's again one of those cards that it's super strong.
I think it will follow at some
like
point.
Well-timed Ash, the deck loses to that. Only 2 of the traps. Again,
I think we follow suit.
I see some builds.
Eventually.
I using the extra deck. Okay. But I don't think you need to main deck more. Mercurier at 1, double call buy up. That's OCG, right? Okay, let's continue. Spright. Spright with Gishkis. And as you know, like, with adding in Gishkis, they got more support. They got a couple of new card, or at least one card combos, simply by putting the new Gishki Ritual on field, which again has the ability to negate Nibiru. And we've seen Nibiru popping up again, with less...
Is there anything out of the ordinary that we haven't looked at? I don't think so. I think it's pretty much exactly what we were expecting and what we looked at in the first time.
It could potentially negate a Nibiru. So I like that. Again, this is something to keep an eye out for us TCG players as well. Gishki Spright.
Ooh,
Next up,
the Satellar Knight,
also
right?
nice.
The
Left side
Satellar Knight
Constellars
support
from
is out
Stellar
now.
Knights. Again, also playtested this some time ago. Only one Sheraton in the main deck. The Constellar Sheraton, I believe the name is.
Bro, this looks like a deck from 2015. This looks like a deck from 2015. It's insane.
I think it's a card that you always want to have in your main deck, simply because the Exceed banishes it and, you know, gains the effect to extend. Plus the Constellar extender.
I love it. I'm gonna be honest. I was always a Satellar Knight hater. Because it was like the anti-meta deck next to like Necros and whatnot, and Shadol. It was always the deck that was trying to win with like Shadow Imprisoning Mirror or the counter trap annoying you with back row and like Floodgate. It was never based, to be honest. It was never based. It was never a cool deck.
Also there. So the Caduceus, I believe the name is. Again, it has been a while. Double Nibiru plus Bridge and triple Dark Ruler no more. Double Evenly, I guess we're going second. Obviously, if you're going second.
Oh, they still play Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. That's funny.
I kind of agree. Simply
they're
because
sticking
Vega is
with
still
it.
A strong normal summon if you have, of course, another extender. But look at the lineup. There are, you know, numerous level 4, right? And Deneb with Vega is still the best card, 2-card combo. Right side to, finish off the video, we see again Evil Twins. We saw Evil Twins, I guess, vanishing from the format as soon as Bestials hit the metagame, but even though that Spright is super weakened in the OCG, I'm still a huge fan of this particular build. Ended up first place, by the way. So that's cool.
The Stellar
This
support,
again
I
might,
think, is
you know,
also
pop
in
up the
Cyberstorm
TCG
Access.
Depending if the Bestials
So the
are
set
doing
after Photon Hypernova,
okay,
not that long
really
until
cool.
we get that.
Something that I forgot to mention is that in one of the where is it? In one of the Bestial builds. Here it is. In one of the Bestial builds is that they're running the new and I again have to take a peek. One of the new Synchron cards, Assault Synchron. It's basically an extender, level 2, tuner that you can special summon from the hand. Plus, you can banish it from the graveyard as soon as it, like, what is it, a dragon type synchro or is tributed, or a dragon synchro monster is tributed, I believe. Yeah, indeed. Tribute or banish it. You can banish the synchron from the graveyard.
We get it in May. Oh, is it that soon?
It's really, really nice. Level 2, so the Bestials level 8.
I mean, okay, so what I do take away from this is that it feels like Tearlament is still the best deck in the OCG. At least that's what they think. It does see a bit, there's a bit of experimentation though, which is a good thing, right? There is a bit of experimentation, I suppose. I will look at the Valence deck, don't worry. I will look at the Valence deck. Okay, what is this? There's another... Wait, this is also Valence. Okay, there's a Pachycephalo in your deck. Explain yourself. Oh, they go Gallant Granite? Oh, they go Gallant Granite to search Pachycephalo. I'm... Ugh. That is so insane. Okay. Then this is the... Wait, is this the same tournament? There's no shot. This is like the two... Hold on. First place Valence and second place Valence? How? How do you go to a tournament and you play Valence and the final is a mirror match? How? What are the odds? No way. The only way Valence can win a tournament is if it's a mirror match in the finals, by the way. Okay. Well, what we'll do next is we will take a look at the TCG then, because I don't know what else to say about the OCG. It's like freaking oh god, they did so much to Tearlament and it's still the most freaking played deck and most successful deck, even after Cyberstorm Access, it seems. So, bro, it looks like, I'm gonna be honest with you, if you've watched my most recent Banlist discussion, either live on stream or on YouTube, it's already up on YouTube. I predicted, or we predicted, because chat took part in it, we predicted that the next TCG Banlist will hit Tearlament and Spright, of course, but I don't think it's gonna hit them as hard as they did in the OCG, right? I don't think that's gonna happen Because, like, friggin', they've not touched the deck yet. They have not touched Tier Limit at all yet. There's not a single Tier Limit card on the ban list. There's not a single Sprite card on the ban list. And I don't know if they want to go from the decks being at 100% to literally, like, slaughtering the entire archetype down to, like... Because now we know that if they want to kill Tier Limits, they have to do more than... ban Kid Kalos, limit 2 of the Ishizus, limit Rhinoheart, limit Perla Rhino, limit Sharon, and semi-limit Havness. That's so many freaking changes. That's so many freaking changes, dude. And it's not even enough. So I am really, really holding my breath for this next ban list. Because if they do some half-assed stuff, like only hitting a couple Tier Limits cards, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to play Tier Limits for... maybe the entirety of freaking 2023. Or, like, at least half of it. Like, at least, like, 6, 7, 8 months. Right? So, like, I mean, what do you think? Do you think they're gonna actually nuke the deck? Because they have to nuke it with, like, full freaking power. Like, they have to nuke it hard. They would have to nuke it so hard if they actually want us to stop playing Tier Limits. And I don't think that's realistic for the first ban list. I think the first ban list of 2023 is gonna not, like, I don't think it's gonna kill Tier Limit and Sprite. My personal opinion is that it's not gonna happen like that. But yes, speaking of the TCG, we're gonna move over to the TCG next. Look at some of the results from past weekend, because I've been told a freaking Valence deck topped a regional, even though it was New Zealand. We're going to look at that. And then we're going to start looking more into Photon Hypernova. Before we do that, though, I have a quick announcement to make. Hold on. I have a quick announcement to make because, as some of you may have already noticed in the overlay and in the stream title, the channel does have a new sponsor or affiliate, which I'm very hyped to announce. I'm gonna make it quick, but I want to tell you guys about it. Because the channel is now sponsored by SmartGuard. And I bet a bunch of you based in Europe are already familiar with SmartGuard. And it is something that I'm very happy to be partnered with, because it is something that is very, very important to me, because they are providing a sustainable alternative to plastic top loaders. And when they approached me, I was very happy to accept, because I have made very good experiences with these in the past, right? Even before I was ever sponsored, before I ever talked to them, I was always very happy when I received one of these, because let's be honest, Yu-Gi-Oh is not the most sustainable hobby out there. If you think about all the plastic that, like, comes with opening a booster box and whatnot, I think it's good to do at least, you know, what you can do when you buy and trade and sell cards online. So I'm always very happy when I receive one of these in the mail. I've never had any issues with any cards being, like, damaged in the process. And I think I always reuse them when I get them. Whenever I sell cards, I use these. And I think they're very good, and I think it's a very good project. And it's not just good for me. If you decide to use SmartGuards, it can also be good for you, because there is an affiliate link with a code that gives you 10% off. So if you want to, you know, make a little bit of an impact when you try and sell and trade and sell cards online, you can get yourself some SmartGuards with the code Josh10. You get 10% off. That is in all caps. And if you want more info, !smart in the chat. And you can check out their webpage and their Facebook, and potentially get yourself a couple ones. The environment will thank you, and I will also thank you if you check them out. I think it's very cool. So welcome SmartGuard to the channel. I'm looking forward to a great partnership, and you guys should definitely check them out. All right, that is enough for that. Just wanted to get that out of there. White people happy, yep. Sustainable stuff, always pog. And we go on and use the spreadsheet command. All right. There... I don't see a Valence deck. Have I been lied to? Where's the Valence deck profile? Oh, it's not, there's no profile. It's just this? Okay, wait, they're not the same one. They're not the same one. So what you're telling me, what you're trying to tell me right now is that there's two different ones that topped? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Also, why is there a Cyberstein? Oh my god, this is an FTK. This is an FTK. What the fuck? What is Magic Calibra? What is this little goofy looking ass? You can declare a level from 1 to 6, then target 2 face-up monsters you control until the end of this turn. Reduce the level of one of those monsters by the declared amount, and if you do, increase the level of the other by the same amount, even if this card... Gizmek Okami, the dreaded deluge drag. I have so many questions. I have so many questions. How does this work? Okami is a small world bridge. That is all it does? What a freaking mad lad. So, okay. So we're making... Okay. Don't question how we're making what I'm saying, but we're making Gear Gigant X to add Cyberstein from deck to hand. Then we get Cyberstein onto the field by pendulum summoning it, or do we have one scale, so we could pendulum summon it, or normal summon if we don't need our pendulum summon beforehand. Then we Reprodocus the Cyberstein into a psychic type, and then we Power Tool Dragon to Telekinetics Charging Cell, because then we don't have to pay life points for the Cyberstein. Is that what you're trying to tell me? It's a one card FTK? Aha! Theseus, the best monster of 2017. Why does it do all that off of one card? Who allowed this? Wait, I didn't agree to that. I didn't agree to that. Okay, so it's this one in particular, right? Special summon this card. So, but it has to be specifically this one, right? Well, that's nutty, dude. It is funny, though, that it doesn't work. Like, you need to have a spell card in hand to set, right? Otherwise, it's not enough damage. That's why they used the Pot of Greed here. If you don't have a spell card... I guess you can also have a skill. No, it works either way. You can also just have a skill. But what you're saying now is that this combo is in the game, okay. And this person just decided to not do this and do what instead? Appaloosa? Savage? And the fusion monsters? Why is there a crawler in the side deck? And why do we need Senate Switch? Once per turn during your main phase, move a monster on your side of the field to an adjacent horizontal on. We didn't use that. It moves zone. Yeah, okay, but like we didn't need that. They could have needed it. Wait, okay. My browser just froze. Okay. Well, freaking, my browser can't handle what is going on here. Monka. Well, anyways, yeah, don't do this at home, please. If I lose to Valence FTK in a tournament, I'm going to be very mad. Please do not. Yes, thank you. That's the end of my TED Talk. Thank you. Also, the fact that they don't play Prosperity is very weird to me. The fact that they don't play Prosperity is kind of weird to me. Because surely we can, like, Prosperity for 3. Oh, is it? I thought it was just battle damage. Is it all damage? Oh, okay. Well, then, it's actually, if you really think about it, not that surprising that they decided not to play it. Hey, yo, Owen Wilson is playing Tearlaments right now. Big news. Okay, I have 2 questions. What is Sprite Cybers? And what is Tearlament Trap? That's not the Owen Wilson that I know. The Owen Wilson from Zoolander.
Up today, we got another deck list here for my man's Owen
Why'd you say it like that?
Wilson, 5th place at the regional with
Trap tier
Trap Tier. Was it spicy today?
is a little spicy. Yep.
All right. What were your matchups and like how did it go?
I went up against few Shizu tier decks, few Sprites, 2 Sword Soul, and in the final round I went up against an Exo Sister.
An Exo Sister. You went up against a lot of meta and you won, like, would you say the mirror match with this pretty easily?
Yeah. The only loss that I had today was the mirror match, but that's because he stalled in time for you know.
Yeah, people want to be scattershotting people these days.
Scattershot's pretty nice.
Ah, it's all right. All right, well, let's get into this spicy deck list with the trap cards.
All right, so
I love trap cards.
For the start, we're just playing a bunch of the tiers, as typical.
All right. Oh my God, you play all three?
Terraforming. We got the
Hilarious.
best tier card, and then this is where the ratio gets like a little weird compared to every other deck. We got 3 Screams.
Oh.
And then we play 3 Solics. I'm milling 8 every single time.
Yes.
So, you know, free searches are always nice. We play 2 Meta Noise, the one that no one knows about. It's a Book of Moon, and it sends from deck to grave. So
Yeah, everyone usually has cut
nice.
that.
Bro, we know about that one. We just don't play it.
Also, no one knows about this one, too. Grief is how you
We
play
know about
around
that
this
one as
duel
well. We just
really,
choose
really
not to.
easily with the deck, so I don't know why people don't play it.
Do you mind explaining for the people such as myself who don't know why?
If you activate Grief and you have no monsters on board, you can summon a tier from deck, and then the tier immediately gets sent to graveyard, so you trigger the tier in grave.
Wow. All right.
And
Bro,
you have
it's
no
Foolish
monsters.
Burial. It's not that
and then we play
insane.
1 Heartbeat for the back row, and it also adds back your traps, which is pretty nice.
You really played back row deck. Okay.
Yeah. We play a lot.
Well,
of
if this
them.
is, I swear to
like
God,
it,
if this
I
is
like
all
it.
the trap
To
cards.
go with the back row, we got
Okay,
the,
it's not. Yo,
Black
okay, I
Jacks.
love that.
Okay.
It also triggers your tiers, so almost every time you stack your deck, you're going like super plus off of it.
Got you.
Also, Haveness into Backjack is usually game. Having a turn 0
Okay.
torrential is pretty nice. Speaking of which, play
So you wait.
torrentials.
Wait. So you literally
I have never seen someone go so hard when they saw a torrential.
use that to set torrential.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Turn 0 torrentials all pretty nice.
Oh, that's right, because you'd have to destroy by card effect.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And we got
course.
Paleos, and we're main decking the Evenlies. All trap decks.
Bro, the ad-libs are too much. Bro, say that again.
You know, we're main decking the Evenlies.
My man just turned into a dog. Why?
All trap decks.
It just barked at evenly matched. Why would you do that?
They all struggle with going second. This makes it trivial. Very few people play around this game 1, and even if I go first, it doesn't much matter because I'm playing a trap deck, so I'm usually winning if I'm going first. It's just how it goes.
Oh my God. Yeah. Get that this card out of here. That instant fusion.
For the extra deck, we played 3 Kit Kalos. This is supposed to be a Sprite Sprint. I wasn't able to get it in time, so...
Bro, why are we not barking at that? That's a bark moment.
Did it ever come up when you were glad you had 3?
That's a bark angle.
The third one came up 1 time, but I could have made anything else, and I also would have been fine. It's
okay.
just not having the sprint came up a lot, though.
Oh.
Could have ended games much faster. Then we play the 1 Kaleido and 1 Root Close.
Okay.
That's it for the tier ones. We play a Necro Dragon. This is for one of the cards I have in the side deck. Then we have the Mud Dragon, the Predaplant, and the Garura.
Yeah,
Those are the other targets.
Okay. Super Poly.
Yep. Well, you make them more with your tier names than you do actual Super Poly.
That's very true.
For Lynx, it's Dark and Elf. It's supposed to be a Sprint, but we do what we can. For Xyz, we got...
Is Sprint... Isn't Sprint like $10?
Time Thief Redoer, a Dweller, a Zeus, and then we got Toad as well. I made Toad maybe 1 out of 3 games, which was pretty nice.
Wow.
Side deck. We
Even
got
less?
the
It's
Super
5?
Polys, and
Okay,
then-
we're not shaming.
And I came in with the Flunder Hate. I'm playing 3.
There it
and
is.
3 zombie rolls. That's the
Okay.
reason that we're playing the Necrosoul Dragon, is because even if you have this up, this is just a really easy fusion to make, and most people can't out it.
That's crazy.
Easily, at least. Flunder can't out it in general without.
Oh yeah, because it turns everything zombies. Yeah. Okay.
We got the.
Well, no, the tribute summon. They can't tribute summon unless it's a.
tribute
Oh
summon, yeah.
wow.
And it
Shocker. Zombie World is good against Flunder. We just found out.
also just spams out the fusion spams out tokens, so it makes links really easy. We got 2 twins and the harpies. These are supposed to be lightning storms. I maybe sided these in 2 or 3 times. It didn't really matter. And then we side deck the 1 crime. We don't main it because, you know, you don't really need to if you're playing 20 other traps.
Yeah.
But you do need it in games 2 and 3 because people will side in like evenlies in their back row hate, so you have to have this, otherwise you just lose.
Gotcha.
And then we played 3 Imperial Iron Wall. The 3rd one got cut from the deck halfway through the tournament because it was warped. So.
Oh wow.
But every time I activated this card, I just won the game. Final round against Exo Sisters, game 2, I flipped it. He de-shifted me. I set 2 pass, flipped this up on his turn. He scooped. It was.
That's insane. Everyone.
Why'd he scoop? What do you mean? Exo Sister is so pathetic, dude. Did he bark before scooping?
You used to say that card's too slow.
It is decently slow, but it stops every single problem with this deck.
Oh, including evenly. Yeah. You can't get
Going
even.
first, they'll go battle phase, you flip it, you win. Ishizu, because I'm not playing Ishizus, the shuffle backs are a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah.
You flip this up, can't use them. Can't activate this, you play around Bestials.
Oh
You play
my
around
god.
everything with
Yeah. You put me on to something, coach.
this. Every
Okay.
single problem with the deck, it fixes.
That's crazy.
And
I'm so glad we
the
found
main
this.
thing I would do to get it is I would like, if you don't draw it, you can stack the deck with Backjack, and then you make Garura, and then you send the Garura to grave to draw the stacked Iron Wall. That happened maybe 5-6 times at the region.
Wow.
There's no way. You are that is. Oh my god, that's cap. That's cap so hard. 5 or 6 times you went Backjack, stack Iron Wall, then make Garura, then draw that. There's no shot. You are lying to me.
You got 5th place with pure tier. What trap pure tier? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Isuzu card's overrated. Maybe you're putting it on the map that maybe the whole deck needs banned. What?
Just a little bit. Yeah, that's.
Okay, that's my favorite deck profile of the year so far. This is what they need to beat from now on. Trap tier limits, 5th place A Indiana Regional, period. Whatever this, what is this? A gas station counter? 4 of these, and then this guy is built different. Fuck, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that all the way through. I enjoyed every second of that. Especially the one where you barked that evenly matched. That was my favorite part. Anyways, what the hell's a Sprite Cybers? What is Cam cooking? By the way, Cam, I still distinctly remember when Cam told me to play Flander for YCS Utrecht because he said it was the best deck and I was gonna flop with the Runic Sprite. I remember that. We never forget.
Bortle here at YCS Lubbock. My goodness, who is this? Cam the man new.
Hello, Bortle Nation.
Yo, Cam, what'd you do this weekend, man?
I taught this Lubbock Regional.
You did? Oh yeah, it is regional. All right, what deck, bro?
I played Sprite.
Sprite?
Yes, sir.
That's kind of different. Nice.
Yeah.
Why'd you take a break from Tellerman, man?
Honestly, Bortle made me.
Oh, jeez. Facts. All right, before you show the goo, any shout-outs?
Yeah, shout outs to Team Bortle, trollandtoad.com, Dragon Shield. Shout out to Joey and to Los Bozos. That's it. And Team Nico. Team Nico.
Oh, yeah. Team Nico's nice. Oh, and speaking of trollandtoad.com, make sure to use Team Bortle 5.
Played 1 red, 1 carrot, pretty standard. 3 jet, 3 blue. Everybody plays that. You gotta play those ones. Pretty nice.
What are your thoughts on Pixel, bro?
Trying to win.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, to be honest, that card has come up a few times.
So, yeah, he took that personal.
they would like have a Bistio or something, like try to attempt to enter battle phase. I wish I had it in my deck. But a lot of the times, elf targeting like blue's not even that good because it can get Bistioed. Got some Nimbles in here. You gotta play two because this, some, and this, and then you still have two in deck. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Anyone nib you today?
Nah, I play around that card every game. Yeah, we're always playing around it. 2 Swap Frog. I wanted to play 3 to...
That's cap, by the way. With Nimbles, you do not play around Nibiru. You cannot. You physically cannot unless you hard draw like starter, or you go blue into like red. The 1-card combos cannot play around Nib anymore.
Summon 1 standby
Or you hard
phase,
open red, yeah.
but I couldn't find a room. I didn't want to play over
But no
40.
one plays Nibiru. That's why.
Perfect 40.
Yeah, so we just went with 2.
Well, where's the Cybers part?
It didn't really come up that much.
And why is it here? Why is there?
One Hyperia in case I open the Swap Frog, so I can summon and draw a free card. And this card is insane because it's an Earth monster, and when you alpha, they can't Bistio. It's kind of nice.
Ooh, that is insane.
And then the best card in the deck, 3 Cybers Gadget.
Whoa, hold up. What is that?
Card's the same. My Cybers Sprite deck.
There you go. That's the title.
Well, this card's normal summon. You can special summon a level 2 from the graveyard. And then if since it's from the field of the graveyard, you get a level 2 token. So yeah, so 1 card Sprint or Elf or Dark.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, that card's crazy. Every time I drew this card, it was nice. I rarely drew it though.
So, okay, I get it. The card is nice in Sprite. You don't necessarily have to get a level 2 into the graveyard before using it, right? Like the way it works is if you have a level 2 in the graveyard, it's pretty good because it's basically it summons that from the grave and then later on you get the token. But remember when this card saw play for the first time, I think that was during Cyber's Eldritch times, right? Like 2 years ago, I think, roughly. And in that deck, basically, you would never revive anything with this. The card was good enough even without a target on normal summon, right? Because what you would do is you just normal summon it, and then you make a Cyber's Link 1 with it. There's like different options. You have this, there was the Cyber's Disciple and Devotee play. You can also just make a Lingoribo. And then you get the token immediately. And so for whatever it's worth, in this deck, if you normal summon Cyber's Gadget before you even have anything in the graveyard, you can just make a Lingoribo, get the token, and then make a sprint. So it's a 1-card sprint, essentially. My problem with the card here in this context is that we're already playing 3 Nimble Beavers. So we have like 3 Nimble Beavers are our normal summons. Then we have 3 Cyber's Gadget. That's already 6. And then we also play Swap Frogs, which is like, that's 8 normal summons. I think that's a little bit much. And we have Hyperia too, which is 9 normal summons. Of course, Cyber's Gadget can be pretty good on the follow-up turns, but so is Nimble Beaver, honestly. Nimble Beaver is also pretty good on the follow-up turn. And Nimble Beaver has more synergy with Totally Awesome because you can get them back from the graveyard. Basically, this card, I wouldn't mind this card if Nimble Beaver wasn't like absolutely necessary, right? But the fact that Nimble Beaver, the Nimble engine has so much synergy with Sprint that I don't know if I would ever play another normal summon on top of that. I'm not a fan. I think this is, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I think this is something that was done just for the sake of being spicy. You know, just for the sake of being like, yeah, I'm sure I can still make like top 8 with this, even if it's a little bit worse. And you know, I don't think this is something that is necessarily better than other cards, but it's not a bad card. I just think it's like clunky to have that many normal summons.
Foolish Burial, because it says summon 2 free monsters from our deck. And then Smashers and 3 Starter, you gotta play those.
Did a second Smasher, so I guess you saw that maybe, or not?
To be honest, sometimes it came up because they would mill me, and I would mill it from my deck, and I couldn't get to it. But it's a brick, so we're not playing 2. Just like the trap card. The trap card is also a brick, so we don't play that card.
Oh, we're meaning a trap card.
And these cards are crazy. Got 1 Serener, 3 Jewel's Worm,
Very
3
spicy.
Magnemite. Play this one for the extra name, so you always get to 2 Bestials pretty nicely, you know.
Very nice.
3 Ash Blossom, 3 Effect Veiler, and 3 Infinite Impermanence. Joey's lucky he dodged me.
Yo, how was the hand traps, man?
Oh, they were crazy, except for Veiler. I drew Veiler for my 6th card a lot.
Oh.
But the other ones were insane, especially the Bestials.
Nice, and that's a perfect 40. And yo, what type of sleeves are these, bro?
Oh, Dragon Shield, you already know.
Dragon Shield.
Yeah, you already know.
Oh, make sure to check out our link down below, guys.
I was considering playing Lubellion because of the combo where you like summon Magnum and you swap card it back to your hand to get 2 Bestials.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
But 40 cards, yeah.
And surely we didn't have anything that was even remotely cuttable, right? There's no way we can take anything. You look at this deck, you're like, there's no card that seems off that you could maybe take out, right? No, there's nothing in here, right? There's nothing. Everything is just where it belongs.
Got some Adventure token. Shout out to the UDS champion and Dennis Nadas. Actually, we got 2 gigantic stacks.
Hold up, Scrub. Why did you just pull the trigger on Septo? What happened? I saw Septo's name pop up in the chat and Scrub just immediately snap banned him. What happened there?
Two elf.
You do you, Scrub. Hey.
Third one came up like once, but you don't really need 3. They're usually dead before or when the second one hits the field. And also the shuffle back guys, so like
he disrespected frogs. Personally, I think he should replace the frogs with the cooler Zodiac cards. Oh yeah, okay, he deserved to be banned then. All right.
In on this guy. Sprint.
Scrub did the right thing then. I stand by Scrub.
Dart. Codebreaker. You have to play this card to out Baguska, because Baguska is a problem.
How many times you summon that, man?
Summoned it twice.
Welcome back, Septo.
It outed a Baguska. It was nice. And then another time, it was just a 2300 monster. IP and Avermax. Yeah, we be ending our board like this. One match today, I ended on Elf, IP. My opponent had like 10 cards playing his Tillerman deck. I summoned this bad boy. He packed them up moments later. Sling Reba, negates Impermanence and Trap cards. Negates Solic. Nice. Soul Sweeper, card's broken. Well, we put him back there, redoer with it.
Ooh, that's outplaying.
Yeah. Totally awesome. 2 negates. My boy Mosquito. Every time you summon this card...
Did you see the guy that took out Avermax for Zeraboros? Yeah. I mean, you can do that. It's not terrible. Zeraboros is still good with like Elf, especially because no one expects it anymore.
And then just Downer Zeus.
We need to give MBT's newest video some love so we can get more videos like it. What is it about? Is it like a lunch break video angle?
Okay.
Yeah, side deck. 2 more Serener for your Taylor matches. All you cybers that deck. That deck's a buy. Oh, what's up, Joe? And then 3 Fenrir, 3 Talons, 3 enemy controller. For the decks that the Bestials aren't good against, you side like these cards basically. And then 3 Zombie World for the Flunder matchup.
Oh, you didn't want to play that Banshee card?
Nah, I'm not a mill deck.
Oh yeah, of course. Sweet. Any final thoughts, man, from this event?
I mean, this is just literally standard Sprite, but they took out like they took out 3 of the quote unquote flex spots, like where I put Lubellion, for example. They put the Cyber's Gadget, which in my opinion doesn't make that much sense, but I mean, it's like, it's okay. It's not terrible in this thing. Cyber's Gadget is a very good card in its own right. right? Especially in decks that like Sprint and Elf, which this deck does, but yeah. Cyber, it's a little bit of cope though. It's a little bit cope to call this Cyber Sprite. Well, okay. And other than that, look, hey, there's not much going on here. Look, it's just friggin' Tearlament decks. There's a Thunder Bestial. I'm down. Let's do the Thunder Bestial, because at least something. Oh my god. Oh my god. See, look, how are you gonna make a deck profile start like this? Aha, dude. Ah.
Começamos aqui. Topou de comando. Muito bom. Vou levar na moto, vai. Bom, te apresenta meu velho. Bom, me chamo Jonathan. Joguei de. Eu tenho, né? Top 8 de Dragon Link, Thunder Beast e de. Qual os outros? Foi isso aí. Tá. Aí vamos lá. Cara, Dragon Link. O cara separou, o cara pegou metade do deck pra mostrar. O cara tá zoando meu comando aqui.
Bro, if you show me 3 safer and then you start with the spell card next, I'm leaving. Yep, alright, that's it. That's enough. We don't do that here. We do not do that here. You do not show me 3 safer and then you continue with 3 quick launch. We are a man of culture. We are a community of culture, I should say. That is not right. That is not right. Continue, please. You'll be molding even more. Nope. I refuse. I refuse. Okay, let me prepare. Which MBT video did you want me to look at? For the Math Mech, a comprehensive guide from... No. I mean, look. Not that one? Okay, thank God. Because, look, I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. A guide for Master Duel is good, but like that's not my lunch break. That's not a lunch break situation. Magical hats. Are the Yu-Gi-Oh time rules broken? Is Magical Hats like a podcast format situation? The comprehensive guide to playing Math Mech on Master Duel is to dismantle every card and buy 3 of the Salamangreat structure deck. That is a base take. You've made up for the previous one. You have made up for the previous bad take. And instead have now dropped a good one. So you are neutral overall again. Okay, yeah, this sounds like something we can look at when we get lunch later, Pog. And with that, I think it is time to play some cards. I think it is time to play some cards. Oh, base deck on the screen, by the way. I'm trying to think we start testing some Photon Hypernova. I think it looks like a situation where we try and test some Photon Hypernova now. Because, I'm going to be honest, the situation right now in the TCG is pretty stale, right? It is pretty stale. We're going to take a look at the meta game post Photon Hypernova. Have you checked the Master Duel event? I have seen it. We will play it this week. Now, what I have in terms of decks for post Photon Hypernova so far is I have a tier limit list. I have a Kashtira list. Do I have a Gishki Spright list already? I kind of have a Gishki Spright list, even though I'm not sure what the Book of Eclipse is doing here. I was kind of at the lack of another one. Like, maybe I throw in like Maybe we throw in some bestials. Or was there a reason why we didn't put bestials in this? Is there a reason? Oh, because of Kashtira in the format, of course. What's wrong with just playing 3 Dark Ruler? I know we play it for like tasking, but I don't think there's anything wrong with 3 Dark Rulers. That seems okay. It does not stop the zone lock from Eclipse. That's true. Let's do Eclipse then. Up. Let's keep Eclipse. In the extra deck, I also wanted to play a Gust Kraken. I feel like that's neat. It makes sorting awkward as hell now. Well, have you seen the new Ritual Link 2? Which one? I don't think I have. Why 2 copies of the new Ritual? Because you can frequently summon 2, and tributing one for the other is not bad, actually. Do you like French songs or just this one? I have a couple of them in my playlist, but I mean, I don't understand the lyrics, but I like the sound of it. I'm open to listening to music in other languages if I like the sound of it. Dynamond. Oh, this one looks familiar. I've seen it. 2 monsters, including a ritual monster. If this card is special summoned, you can target a card on the field and 1 ritual monster in your grave. Shuffle both cards into the deck. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you contribute this card, then target a ritual in your grave, either add it to your hand or special summon it. You can only use each effect of Dynamond once per turn. This is a good card. Do they use this in the OCG? Herald of Pure Light. Herald of Pure Light. We could play Herald of Pure Light. For IP, I'm gonna throw Avermax and Unicorn. I think we still want the Codebreaker. And what else do we need? Onibimaru. The Old Faithful. Not Donner? You mean instead of Codebreaker for Baguska? Do you like Gishki? Do you think it can compete? I like it. Yes. I don't think it's like crazy strong or anything. I think it's playable is the right word. I don't think it's like the straight up like top tier. I think it has some potential. I'm down to experiment a little bit. Oh yeah, Mosquito. I'm gonna leave Zeus out of it. I don't think we're gonna have room for Zeus. Unless we also can fit Downard. What did I have in Sprite? Do I still have the Sprite here? No, I don't. Would pure Gishki be playable? That depends what the goal would be. I mean, you can try. I think it's... Well, the Gishki support is very strong. You can definitely try it. I don't think it's, like, not worth trying, even. You would need 2 Zeus. Oh, yeah, because Kashtira just steals your stuff. That's very annoying. We can go down to 2 Elf, though. I don't think that's a problem. We might want Dark. Dark seems pretty good. I'm not even sure. Is there... Okay. This is more of a generic question. This is more of a generic question than a question just for this deck. Is there another good target for Spright Sprint that does not require you to play the whole Nimble engine? If you know what I'm talking about. Like, is there like something that I can send? And don't say Merly Keck W. I knew you were gonna do it, Skrelp. I knew that. I knew it. I've sniped you. What can I send with Spright Sprint that gives me an advantage? Surely in all of the game, there has to be a level 2 that does something. I said it before you said it? No, but I thought it before I saw that you said it. So I win. Shinobi Necro. Shinobi Necro. Level 2. Good start. You can draw the... If this card's in the graveyard, is banished to activate an effect. But how do we banish it? How do we banish it? I don't see how. That seems like it's way too... You know... Soul Scissors is nice. Soul Scissors are nice. If people stop playing as many Bystials as they do. Basically, the reason why I'm asking this is I kind of want to... Like this deck, for example, doesn't make good use of Sprint, which is a shame, right? But if you want to make good use of Sprint, you have to add 5 cards to this deck, including Nimble Beavers, which is very suboptimal because it's a normal summon. And you don't want to normal summon Nimble Beaver. Why aren't we reading all level 2? Because that's boring, right? I mean, that's something I would do if I was preparing for a tournament right now and off stream. I'm probably going to do that soon. But right now, I don't want to read every single level 2 on stream. Hyperia and Kitten for Elf. Well, I specifically don't really want to go for an Elf target. Right? I don't really want to go for an Elf target because I already have Elf targets. Right? I can already use Gishki Abyss as an Elf target. I can use the other ones. I'm not looking for something that I can send with Sprint to then revive with Elf. I'm looking for something I can just send with Sprint that's good on its own, essentially. Right? Because I already want to... My normal summon is supposed to be Gishki Grim, not Nimble Beaver. And my Elf revive should probably be Gishki Abyss and not something else. So I'm trying to find... You know... Plague Spreader could work. Plague Spreader could be an extender that you can use. Yeah, you can make like Herald of the Orange Light or something. Like, that's not horrible. But as it is right now, I'm not even sure if we have to play Spright Sprint in this deck. Like, we actually might not need it. Anyways, this is one deck we can try. We can try... I have Kashtira. I think this is pretty cookie cutter, Kashtira. This is fine. This works. I have... Okay, this is enough. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to do viewer games. Because, of course, on Duelingbook, the rated section doesn't have Photon Hypernova yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to play some of you guys. If you guys want to test, please use stuff that is meta. That is the one rule. It doesn't have to be tier limits. It does not have to be tier limits, but like something in the direction of remotely relevant, okay? And what we're going to do, as always, is I'm going to host with the password Josh branded counts. You can play like branded and stuff, right? So I'm hosting. The name is Gamebreaker. The password is Josh. And if you want to take part... Oh no, we're about to be noob slain again. Oh no. Not again. Okay, 60 cards. And going first, we would have bricked. going first, we would have bricked. Wait, you join and leave? Lag, hello. Okay. Pog. Pearl Rhino in 60. Yes. Love that for you. Aww. Aww. Please do not mill good. What is he cooking? What is he cooking? Well, they've hit an Aqua, which is pretty annoying. They've hit an Aqua, which is very annoying. Oh, but they're not using that. Relax3, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, kick Kalos target itself. Oh, no. Okay, well, then we can't Ash. I was gonna Ash the kick colors because they might not be able to get Merly then, but so they've added what? Saliak? Yeah. Saliak. Do I Ash the Kid Kalos? I'm gonna Ash the Kid Kalos. So they only milled 3. Should have done it in the other order. Okay. Do they have a... Yeah, of course. Well, Eclipse is good here unless they end on Sprite Elf. Sprite Elf is really annoying here. Right? Eclipse turns off Saliak, but they probably make Sprite Elf. I don't know why you said that. Now he makes Sprite Elf. You think he's watching? That's lame. Og, yes. Sprint, yes. Can't here stop using Sprite cards? Look, Sprite Sprint is not a Sprite card. I hate to tell you that. But it is not a Sprite card, in fact. The problem with Book of Eclipse is that it doesn't answer Elf. And Elf Revive Merly is still really annoying. Rhino is banished because they revived it from the graveyard. Ayo! Oh, God. What is this cooking? What are we summoning here that's like good for you? Oh. No wonder this deck's 60 cards. But you only play one elf? Ooh. Wait, we put in Zeus. We did put in Zeus. Interesting. Why'd you do that? That's much worse. We don't ask questions. Now, please, do not have Havness. For the love of God, not a second Havness. Not 2 Havness in 60 cards. Hog. I think this adds Gishki Grim in this hand. Yeah. I think this adds Gishki Grim. Because we can use that as full material for the ritual summon of Nere Manas. And then bring it back. So we're going to discard Shadow. We could have tributed opponent's monster, but no. Aquamirror. It's so much worse to draw Jet in this deck than drawing blue, but we have unfortunately drawn that. So we're gonna Aquamirror. Up. Reading. We could have made Elf beforehand. TBH. Remember that if you activate Grim, you can only attack with Nere Manas. Yeah, but that's not a problem. I'll show you how we're gonna do that. If this card is normal or special, you can summon a Gishki from your... Yep, use that. So what we're going to do is we're going to attack over their Gigantic Sprite, which is an Exceed. And then we can still Zeus them in main phase 2. All we have to do is to make Gigantic as well. Watch me cook. Gishki Abyss adds what here? Aquamirror gives me back the ritual, right? Yeah. So we want the ritual Spell Searcher again. Pop. Now, what we can do, Sprite Elf, revive another Abyss. Search again. Attack over the Gigantic Sprite. Make our own Gigantic and Zeus. Make our own Gigantic and Zeus. I think we attack first. I think we attack right now, and then we do the rest in main phase 2. I want to make the Gigantic and the Zeus play, because otherwise everything triggers, right? The Rule Kalos is still treated as fusion summoned, right? So it would come back. Or should I not care about that? Okay. No, Gigantic's only the attack points are doubled. Only the attack points are doubled. Now we're gonna make Elf revive Abyss one more time. Elf revive Abyss gives us 4 monsters. That's enough. Now here it's unfortunate. Here it is very unfortunate that we don't have Downer in the extra deck. Downer would be very nice here, but we don't have it. But we will go for... Another problem that I have is that we will not be able to ritual summon after we use the Gigantic here. Like, we're basically gonna end our own turn too. I could Gust Kraken. If I get Vision, I could have Gust Krakened. The problem is I'm gonna be locked anyways. How are you gonna Zeus if we Gigantic? Oh, that's not the problem. You go summon Gigantic, summon Zeus, and then you go Gigantic, chain Zeus. The problem is that locking ourselves... hold on. I think we need to... wrong add. We're gonna add a vision. I don't think we're gonna Gigantic. We're gonna let the... I think we're gonna have to let the Rule Kalos come back. Ooh, is there a Dynamon situation? Oh, wait. Oh, the cooking simulation is heating up. Is there a Dynamon situation that gets rid of the Rule Kalos? Hold on. Dynamon here. Gigantic Zeus. Okay. Vision. You ritual summon exactly a water monster. Add a Gishki ritual. I'm adding Gust Kraken. And I'm adding... Aqua Mirror. Wait, this needs a ritual monster, so I go Aqua Mirror into Gust Kraken now. Aqua Mirror into Gust Kraken. Make Dynamond. It doesn't quite work out. Not this. This. I think there was a line. I'm annoyed. I think there was a very good line and I didn't get it. Because... Pure Light... I can go Soul Sweeper. And then Zeus. That might be it. Soul Sweeper, then Zeus. I think I should have done the elf later. I think that's what's stopping us from going really ham here. And now they get Havness if they want to. But we have the Nerimanas. Bro, the Eclipse? The Book of Eclipse was pretty sick. Hog lunch soon. What did they add? Havness. Okay. Aquamir. Tribute Neremanas to special summon Neremanas. Effect. And target Abyss. Bro, stopping, like using Havness here doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay. Oop. You can't do both of those. You can only do one. Havness is quick effect and has to be chained immediately to the effect. Callback is trigger. Triggers have to go before. Triggers have to go before quicks. So you can only do one. So they go Kelbeck, I have to negate. Yeah, that works. That works. Yep. So hand. Shuffle that into the deck. Mill first. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, they milled Mudora, then the Kelbeck goes into the deck. And the Abyss goes here. And I'm gonna trigger the Abyss. Adds a Gishki with 1,000 or less. We're gonna try and add a Gishki Shadow. This deck is nice. This deck is nice. Declare Aqua Mirror. Target Neremanas. This is why you play 2, by the way, is because tributing 1 Neremanas for the summon of the other one is really strong. So they can stop me from getting back the Neremanas to hand, and they should. They really should. I think. Oh. Oh, you done messed up, Aaron. Pop. Pop. Bob. Well, this is nasty.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Jamino, thank you so much for the 6 months already. That's crazy. Thank you. Target Gishki Abyss. I think if they try and interrupt this with Modora, we let it go. We don't negate with Nere Manas. Because we don't have another way to search the... Oh, okay. We don't have another way to search the thingy. Okay, Abyss now can only grab us like a follow-up Grim, I think, is the most useful thing. Because we don't have a search for the field spell anymore. We are out of shadows. Aquamirror shelves itself for cost. Okay, yeah, but that doesn't make a difference in this case. It was about they had to target the Nere Manas anyways. But yeah, okay, thank you. So Vision can search a ritual monster. That's not really useful. I'm just gonna search a Grim for follow-up. And now... Oh, we could still make Dynamond. Target... But that's not worth it, I think. Yeah, that's not worth it. Well... I'm gonna special summon Jet. Unfortunately, we don't run Smashers in this deck. So this can only grab starter. Otherwise, Smashers would be really nice here. That's unfortunate. Those are the kind of things that you have to try and figure out once, you know. This list doesn't have Smasher. The reason why it doesn't have Smashers... I forgot what the reasoning was. We built it last week. There was some reason for it. What we can do is we can get back an Ash Blossom with Herald of the Pure Light. But they have the Mudora for that now. They have the Mudora for that. The problem is we don't really have a way to stop them from playing. What we do have is an elf now. And then we make a gigantic. I think now it is time to lock into gigantic. Yeah, now it is time to lock into gigantic. And make an IP as well. Fact.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Rio Tets, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Very nice. Now, since we already have starter, I think we're just gonna get another Abyss here, even though this only summons from deck. Yeah, this only summons from deck. So if I get the last Abyss... there's no more left next turn. That's fine, though. This also does not play red. The reason why it doesn't play red, though, I still remember. It's because Nere Manas negate monster effects anyways, so that's why you want carrot instead of red. But we don't need blue off of gigantic. Vision is the last target for our Grim, so we're just gonna get another Grim. Or we could also get Gust Kraken. No, yeah, we can get Gust Kraken. Whoop. Like this. We will now make an IP. And I guess we still starter. For blue and carrot. So I'm sure you could have, I'm sure we could have played this a little bit better. I'm sure. There was probably a line that, but this is still like, it's not impressive, I will say. Oh, we can also still use Aquamirror. But it's not impressive, is what I'll say. They try to go battle phase on me to run over the IP Masquerena. I could let that happen, honestly. I could let that happen. And then main phase 2, I can elf revive. Yeah, that's fine. I'll let you do that. If they attack over IP, I'm just gonna elf revive IP. If they attack over elf, I can still make a unicorn. That's fine. I mainly want to go into unicorn. I'm sure they expected me to use IP. Now that the IP... one thing we have to keep in mind is that the IP is now no longer summoned from the extra deck. Yeah, okay. GG. Thanks for playing and not slaying me this time. Not using elf just in case. Okay, the reason why we didn't use elf here, just to get like, we could have gone elf into abyss or something. The thing is, if they attack, or if we do that, they can just attack over the I don't have a side and need to grab lunch. The reason why we don't want to use elf here is if we use elf to bring something back, like okay, we have IP and we can elf back into an abyss. Now they can just attack over IP, and we've lost our disruption essentially, right? We've lost our IP interruption. However, if we just let them go into the battle phase, they cannot get rid of our IP here, right? They can attack IP, but then in the main phase 2, we can just go elf revive IP, or they can attack over elf, and then we still have the IP, right? So either way, they cannot get rid of the IP into unicorn possibility. Whereas if I use elf to bring something back, they can just attack over the IP, and elf has been used, right? You know what I mean? So that's why we didn't use it.
Josh Ego Ronan.
Also,
Josh Ego Dupe think.
Another thing, if we elf on enter battle phase, they get to decide if they want to stay in the main phase. Can't they shuffle your IP? Yeah, but we have Nere Manas to stop the Mudora if we want to. We can use Nere Manas to stop the Mudora in the graveyard, and then we get the IP, and then we have Unicorn Shuffle, and we have a Carrot Negate for the 2 cards that they have technically. They have a Bestial in hand, they got it. If they have a Bestial in hand, it's harder. But look, they play 60 cards, and it's after Photon Hypernova. Anyways, we're gonna try more of this. I don't think this is optimal yet. I think it is a lot of fun though. Like that going second hand was really fun. The shenanigans you can do with the freaking with the Gishki stuff. I think that was a good showcase of what you can do. Anyways. Before my food gets cold, let's switch over to a little bit of a lunch break situation. And let's check out this. People said this is a pretty nice video, so let's see what it's got in store.
You've triggered my trap card, the Magical Hats. In this series, myself and 3 of the top Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamers will give their unfiltered, uncensored, and uninformed takes on some of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s most pressing issues.
Thanks for the invite, by the way.
One of these 4 has a fake take, and it's up to the rest to find the liar. It's time to play Magical Hats.
That's such a cool idea, though. I like that idea. So it's like, wait, they are just hosting a regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Discussion, but one of them has like a fake opinion or like a weird opinion, and they have to spot who it is? Is that how it works? Okay, we're gonna spot the imposter.
Easy. And welcome to the inaugural episode of Magical Hats. I have 4 of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s top creators in this call. And then after Alex couldn't make it, we settled on Gage. How are you all doing? Are you excited to reveal your terrible takes?
Extremely, Joseph. You know I'm the king of bad takes, bro.
I really do. I do. We won't be able to tell if you're lying.
I like that you're self-aware now, Gage, honestly.
My takes are never bad. I'm always right. I'm literally always right. All the time. Never wrong. Lots of hair. Good streamer. Yes.
I have never said an incorrect thing in my entire life, so let's
True.
get down to business.
You've said BA is playable every format since 2015.
Is he wrong? Hey, playable's not a stretch, bro. He may be right.
All right, let's kick things off. Today we are talking about the time rules, one of the hottest topics in Yu-Gi-Oh! Everyone feels like they have to dip their own opinions into the pie that is the slurry of Twitter. And while we still have that platform, let's rattle off our takes as well. Kevin, you want to go first?
Sure. Okay, so in my opinion, the time rules as they currently are awful. Despite the fact that I think they're better than 0, 1, 2, 3, I think that these time rules allow for a very unhealthy state of competitive
he's not the
play in
imposter.
the sense that these time rules promote, you know, intentional slow play. Not that everyone does it, but some people definitely do. And it also makes games that would be otherwise unwinnable for certain people become winnable through milling a ladybug with a skull on its back. And then all of a sudden you just randomly win a game. As a whole, right now, I think these time rules are...
I also have a take on the time rules that has changed a little bit over time. No pun intended. But we're gonna let them finish, and then I'm gonna give you my take on the current time rule situation that we are in.
Complete, like,
which might surprise you a decent amount.
A strong statement. Nadir, what you got?
I'm somewhere a little bit more in the middle, I suppose. I think initially when everyone first heard of it, and as absurd as it does sound, end of phase is quite a wrong restriction, but over the course of time, at least definitely for the more casual level, at locals, at regionals, over the last couple of years, people have probably absolutely noticed that they were designed to reduce tournament duration, and I think that's absolutely been achieved. Now the question and the crux of the argument comes down to what cost have tournaments become more efficient. Now at the YCS and Premier event level, I would argue that in fact it's not had that effect. I don't know why, but at the regional local level, it has done what it was intended to do. And I think for the most part, best case and proof of this is YCS Dortmund ended at midnight.
This is a very good point, and I think I can explain it. I think I can explain it because I mean, the whole idea behind it was that I think they wanted to smoothen up tournaments, right? They wanted to make it possible to run tournaments faster, right? And now the reason why I think that works at locals or maybe even regionals is because people don't care enough, might be the wrong take, but like, or the wrong way to put it. But I think if you're going into time at a locals or a regional tournament, you're gonna have a way smaller chance of weird situations happening where one player wants to win so badly they do some weird stuff and like it ends up in a huge judge call. Which, to be clear, I think that's the problem at YCSs. I think that's why this thing doesn't really help reduce the round time in YCSs, is because people just argue a lot more than they used to, and that is ultimately where they lose all the time that they would save otherwise. But also, I think one other thing that I just recently had is like at locals and regionals, I just think they don't have many deck checks, right? They don't have that many deck checks or that frequently. And if you think about it, like deck checks at YCSs can significantly hold up the tournament, because if they get like if one match gets like a 15 to 20 minute deck check, and then those are the ones that go into time, they just hold up the entire tournament by 20 minutes, right? No matter what they do, even if they finish right at 0, right when their clock hits 0, they still hold up the tournament by 20 minutes.
That is unprecedented and something that hasn't happened for years. So overall, I think that the time rules are a negative. They kind of promote a whole other different playstyle that I don't think is conducive to a healthy environment, and I don't think was really ever intended for the way Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played. So I think it promotes a sort of style and strategy that's never really been a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! I guess maybe since like Chainburn, which hasn't been a deck for like almost 10 years.
That won 2017 Nats, right?
Yeah, that was, I guess, 5 years ago. So yeah, half a decade.
Oh wow, that's, now I'm old.
That wasn't Nats,
My
that
man's
was
talking about
Worlds, by the way.
My man's talking about time.
Is this how long we've had these time rules? Is it 6 years now? Is it this long?
Time cards. He's been milling Barbar since it's come out.
Yeah, baby! Nightmare Shark for game.
I feel like I'm kind of in the minority on this one, but I like the time rules. I mean, I don't know if any of you were alive.
Sorry,
yeah, he's the imposter.
I don't know if you all were living when we had the old time rules, but you can pack a lot of game into even a single turn. I think Farf is right. Events do run late, but only really at big events. Nowhere near the like hour-long in time like sessions we had in the past. I also have to differ with like the Skullmark Ladybug stuff. I think that it's now that it's become standard to play cards for time, it's actually super funny seeing like garbage cards like Scattershot become top tier playable. And it also helps like cards that have a life point cost like Sprite Starter actually feel like you're paying a cost instead of just this like weird detour that no one actually cares about. I do think that there is a problem insofar as the time rules have not really shaved too much time off of events, but I feel like the solution to that is to shave even more time off of time. So like maybe instead of like end of phase,
okay,
which honestly.
So the game is to find out who has the weird take, but then you just start the video by dropping the weirdest take known to mankind.
Like, if you're playing tier, could be another 10 minutes. They do something like end of current chain. Like, it's over. Get to the open game state.
That's
like,
a scroll
fire it
take.
off. But no, in general, I think that the new time rules have been a net positive. I think.
Did you just say that's a Skrelp take?
No, in general, over. Get to the open game state.
That's
like,
a Skrelp
fire it
take.
off. But no, in general,
yeah, I mean, that
think
is a Skrelp take. He's not wrong.
New time rules have been a net positive. I think it incentivizes a different type of strategic gameplay, but not one that's necessarily bad. And I think that stuff like Skullmark Ladybug becoming playable is funny enough that it justifies the whole thing.
Would you say earlier strong take? that's one of those ones.
Bold words.
What about end of the current breath that you take? Would that be a good one?
My God.
All right, what you got, buddy? What you got?
All right. Well, I mean, I'm actually kind of on your fence, Joseph. I think like most Yu-Gi-Oh players, like
okay,
they
now
just
who's the
genuinely
imposter
wanna
now?
Play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? 45 minutes has proved like ample for most players, but it's like challenging for a lot. And I think actually it's not necessarily due to like just the time rules in general. I think it's because of how these YCSs have been queued up recently. Like if you look at Hani's Pasadena side deck, it's like the perfect example of somebody that just wants to play 45-minute games. And he knows he can do that because he's confident enough to be able to play it. But I think a lot of the problem isn't the time rules itself, but approaching these events, they are on like release weekend. And it might not seem like a problem like on these regional levels because you may not see it there, but at these YCSs where they have these huge monumental game releases, it's challenging for a lot of players that didn't physically get the cards like before. I think a lot of like time.
What does that have to do with time rules?
Has been explaining what my cards do to my opponents rather than just focusing on the game at hand. It's like not anything new explaining like cards to your opponent, but when you're explaining like half of your deck to like everybody in the room that you sit down next to, it becomes challenging. And that's another thing too, is like Konami's, it's silly to say it, but they've been generous with giving us that 5 minutes. It actually like matters a lot.
Well, now I'm confused. I thought no one would agree with my harebrained take, and it would be easy to suss out who the imposter was.
I just want to get everyone's opinion. Well, mostly I want to get Nadir's opinion. How would you, if you could, fix the time rules?
Yo, I don't think it's even reasonable to say end of phase and be okay with that. I think it's unreasonable, so I'm immediately sussing those two. So I think any rational person would say end of turn, current turn, minimum. Probably end of opponent's turn would be like ideal.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. From a lot of people that I've personally spoken to, that's what a lot of people say. I kind of want to hear what Joseph and Gage have to say about like what their counter argument would be to making the time like go until end of opponent's turn or something like that.
That's an entire game you're describing.
I mean, you went completely to the extreme and went with end of chain link. I don't know if you're joking.
That I don't know about that. That's the one thing that's gotten me off guard. But as for like end of turn, I still think there's a lot of like parts of the game that wouldn't matter if you have like your main phase.
I heard I was wanted. You are always wanted.
And we're saying the end phase, right? Like sometimes games end if I just go battle phase and poke you, right? But what's stopping me from going to my end phase and still being up on life after I went to battle phase?
It means you can't win with like Scattershot, but you can still win with Hayate. Like, oh, cool.
Can you still not win with Scattershot though? I'm saying like if I'm still under the premise that I'm winning being up on life at the end of the turn, right? It is my main phase 1. I'm diddling around doing some combo and then I Scattershot you, right? Okay, end phase. I won, right? Like, does it matter?
Alternative to this, what if time is called at a turn and you go until the end of the battle phase of that turn. Thoughts?
That doesn't solve anything
Nah,
either.
I think it's still crazy.
I would like to focus on catching the imposter here, so I'm gonna use my round 2 here to catch someone out. I think Joseph is very clearly sus, but the thing that's catching me off is that Gage is defending this quite strongly, and your arguments are really poor. So in your opening presentation,
How is that suspect for Gage?
It's funny how MBT and Gage both could easily be the imposter, and the truth is just one of them is actually the imposter and the other one is just being weird.
So in your opening presentation, Gage, you said that you went on this strange sort of fixation on, well, it's like a new weekend and a new set, and people like are explaining and reading their cards. I think for the...
See, this is an actual issue, but it has not much to do with the time rules, because that's an issue regardless. It's like, it can be really annoying because Yu-Gi-Oh is so complex and so complicated, and like, when you're playing a deck and your opponent doesn't know your cards, it can be super frustrating to play that match, because they just like it's gonna drag so unnecessarily long because they need explanations on the cards, because you can't play the freaking game if you don't understand your opponent's cards.
Majority of people who are entering major tier 2 events and higher, they are prepared and they are there to play those new core sets that are defining the format. So I find it really weird that...
Well, that is not actually true. Like that, it does not always happen like that. Like literally, I've had opponents at like YCSs where I like Runic, YCS Utrecht, like there's literally multiple people, even in later rounds, that I had to explain the Runic cards to. Like that happens.
You fixated on this argument
and it's
about
weird.
Explaining and reading cards. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I totally disagree. Did you watch the live stream from Pasadena? If you sit down and watch the coverage, you realize how many people just didn't get enough time to understand what these cards do. There's illegal plays flying all over the place. There's people just don't fucking know what the cards do and everything like that. I've seen, the entire weekend in Pasadena, I saw people getting absolutely roasted for just not understanding maybe what one little new card did that came out. It's genuinely a challenge.
I think there's a difference between proficiency and misplaying and like this sort of like, you know, explaining what cards do. I don't think it's ever that level of incompetence. You were very strong on this argument that like, you know, people need time to like read these new cards, like physically sit and read how these new cards function, which is not...
Okay, so what Gage is saying is basically the expected time that you need for a match in Yu-Gi-Oh can sometimes differ from time to time, because it also depends on how well your opponent is familiar with your cards. If I'm sitting down across to someone that doesn't know my cards, the expected time that we're going to need to play a match is longer than what I would normally expect, right? And that is something to take into consideration with time rules or the rule set itself, right? It's like, in my opinion, it's a weird situation, because like, on the one hand, everyone entering a big tournament is responsible for knowing what's going on. But on the other hand, like, what are you doing? What are you doing in that spot exactly, right? What do you do if you're sitting across someone who doesn't know what your cards do? Like, you immediately like friggin' like not tell them what your cards do? It's weird.
Not the case at a tier 2 event, I think, but maybe
it does happen.
I could be giving the Yu-Gi-Oh player base too much credit.
Disagree. I had people reading a Guido. They were like, "Let me read a Guido now for the first time."
Okay.
I think you are vastly overestimating how competitive their general Yu-Gi-Oh player is.
In Gage's defense, I personally was like preparing to commentate like on my stream this YCS. I read every Ishizu card the night before. Prior to that, I had never read them. So I can genuinely see people pulling up to these events.
Kevin, I feel no offense. I feel like you're a special case, and you aren't actively playing the game right now for certain reasons.
That's fair. That's very fair. Yeah, no, that's not wrong. Not wrong. I will give you that one. But I've definitely rocked up to like tier 2 events and whatever. Like everyone was on that like Predaplant deck when I pulled up to Hartford, and I had never read a single fucking Predaplant card except for Verte and Scorpio.
Okay, Joseph, who do you think it is?
It's so weird. It's strange because like Kevin went really hard in, I went really hard in. I feel like Gage went really hard in. Nadir's take was kind of lukewarm, but it's the only one I feel like he doesn't actually believe in. I think that, you know, time rules are super good is like a weird, strange off-meta gauge take that I would not be surprised to have. I think that, you know, whatever side Kevin lands on, he's just going to defend to the death. And I know it's not me because I was in electrical and I was doing the task where there's the circle rotating. So I think it has to be Nadir just by process of elimination.
I think it's me. Interesting.
I think it's actually like Kevin's argument.
Whoa!
Was super. No. Listen, bro. It was super generic, bro. Like you're like.
Okay. This has to be scripted. This has to be scripted because clearly it's Gage or MBT. Those are the only two with
Just
even
like,
remotely
man,
unreasonable takes.
It could have come from Twitch chat, you are right.
Which means that either MBT or Gage is an idiot.
I feel like it just wasn't really wholly something.
Because MBT is calling out Nadir and Gage is calling out Coder. Which is like... No!
He would believe.
That is exactly how Kevin talks. Come on, that's dog shit, bro. Like,
you're able to mill. I can't believe you're able to mill this ladybug in this game I can't even play and win.
That is absolute. Do you not know how salty I am, dude? Like, if someone would mill a ladybug, bro, I'd flip the table. Fuck this, you know?
You salty? No.
So you think it's Kevin, Gage?
I don't know, man.
Nah, could not be me.
I don't know, man. I have a feeling it could be Kevin.
It has to be MBT or Gage because I don't want to live in a world where those two are the actual takes, and then one of the other twos is also a fake take. So 3 out of 4 people are actually in favor of the time rules.
That it's either Joseph.
That is not
or
the world we
Gage,
live
but
in right now. I don't believe that.
I'm more leaning towards Joseph. Joseph definitely has those out there takes where he's just like, yeah, like, this is completely fine. I mean, heck, the guy says that playing Flu this format is skillful. Like, it's definitely like a silly thing.
Totally agree.
That
Go
Joseph
play
would
Flu.
say.
Go play Flu. You will not win a YCS. You won't even be able to step foot in one.
That's not a skill
Bro,
issue.
I do
though.
play Flu. I literally have the deck. I've been playing it like against friends. I played against Gabe Vargas and I 2-0'd him, and he was playing Ishizu.
Those are not friends, by the way. If you're having a friendly match and you're playing Flunder, they're not real friends.
Here,
Gabe could not win a YCS this year. Like, literally could not.
He's bad!
Man, Kevin is associating with all these band players. Like, what's going on?
Interesting.
All these, one, by the way. All these equals 1.
Hey, plus you, that's 2, man. That's more than there is in this conversation.
So, okay, when I go take a piss, that's me associating with a band player? Is that what's going on?
I'm canceling your toilet right now.
Yeah, I have another thing that Joseph brought up that it's like actually kind of intriguing. I wonder what you guys think about it. He said, like, Joseph, you like cards that actually have like a cost now attributed to them. That involves life points, right? So like cards like Sprite Starter and stuff like that, like you actually feel like you're paying for them. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more for the people?
Yeah, so life points don't matter. With the exception of time rules, life points are just this weird resource that doesn't matter because every single deck OTKs. That means that a bunch of cards that like decrease your life points, really powerful answers like Solemn Judgment, Cosmic Cyclone, and really powerful starter cards like Sprite Starter essentially don't have a cost associated with them. I like that in some game states, they secretly do. It makes them feel just very slightly more balanced.
Don't you think that you could still have those costs be meaningful and impact?
I can get behind that point. Like I do agree that like life points matter way less than they should in Yu-Gi-Oh, and I personally don't share that opinion that it's like a good part of the time rules, but I can understand why someone would say that they like that they sometimes matter in that way. You know what I mean?
If we use the end of turn.
I'd argue they'd be even more meaningful if you went to end of next turn.
If I get a battle phase, it doesn't matter that I took 11 off Sprite Starter. I'm going to do 10 million to you.
Oh,
I don't know about that.
Okay, maybe not Sprite Starter because that deck is terrible.
With the time rules the way they are right now, if you activate Solemn Judgment, it's not like, oh, this card now has a significant cost. It's, oh, I lost the game. Your card's cost should not be activate this card, lose the duel. Like, that should not be the effect of your card.
Also a fair
I think
point.
They should. I think powerful cards should.
He's the
have
imposter.
Huge costs
There's
associated.
no way.
I'm super suspicious of Joseph.
There is no way you're gonna tell me the activation cost.
I'm
of
sorry
your card
that you
should be
don't
lose the
understand
duel.
like general game design principles. That's not my fault.
Oh my god.
I have my guess. Does everyone else have their guess?
I definitely.
This is not long enough. They just started.
Too, if we're just ready to hog.
All right, let's write them down.
Oh shit! I need to go get paper.
And we'll
One sec.
pull them up on 3. Oh, all that bullshit about 8x11 and you didn't get one.
So Joseph, how do you feel about the word sussy ending in ussy?
It's great. All right, it is time to vote. Who do we think has the fake take? Ready? 3.
Okay, I'm saying... Is it Gage or MBT? I'm saying it's MBT.
2, 1.
Oh man, I should have used a marker. You can't even read.
Who is it?
That's right, folks. There is not an imposter on this first episode. I know it doesn't make sense for us to, ignore the core conceit of the thing in the very premiere episode, but I did want you all to get kind of a baseline of how our argumentative styles work so you can play along with us next time. And I hope to see you there next week.
God.
All right, we're literally just lying out here. We're just lying.
That's a pretty,
We're literally just lying.
I've been betrayed. I've been betrayed. I've never felt so let down at any point in my life. God damn. Bro, you know what this means? You know what this means? You know what's even worse about this is that that's actually his take. That's actually his take. Okay. Let me digest this. Okay, so Coder said, fuck the time rules. They're terrible. Okay. Nadir says the time rules are like okay-ish at locals and regionals levels because they're not that serious, but they suck at YCSs. Okay, I can get behind that too. MBT says, yeah, time rules, best thing in the world. Very funny, Ladybug. Haha, that's why it's very good. Also, Sprite Starter should lose you the game. And Gage said, what exactly? What was Gage's take? Of like they're like okay.
Dan, good luck. That's what I gotta say. Good.
This is definitely the funniest fucking thing that has happened.
Okay, so are we done then? Are we done?
Okay, no, I enjoyed that. Gage was kind of okay with the time rules. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you before we move on, I want to give my own little 20 cents on the video on the topic of time rules. And I mean, once again, keep in mind that my take on this is basically super from a hyper competitive perspective, right? Like I can understand if someone who's playing the game in a different fashion has a different take on things. Keep that in mind always. My personal take on the time rules is that they are actually, I don't think they are great. But I also think they could be much, much worse. And they do a lot of things correctly, which I specifically don't have a problem, or I don't really have a problem with cards that are being played specifically for time. Like a card like your freaking Ladybug or your Scattershot or whatever, or your Resonator and whatnot. I personally don't think those are the biggest problem with the time rules. And I'm gonna tell you why I don't think that's the case. Because you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose of time rules in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? What are they trying to achieve with the time rules, right? The goal of the time rules is to basically stop the game or make it stop relatively quickly after time has been called and try to declare a winner in a way where you try and figure out who was going to win the game if there was no time rule, right? That is the goal of the time rules, right? Is to basically, it's a shortcut towards the end of the match, and you have to try and think, okay, how do I determine who would have won the game if we had played it out normally? And you can never do that perfectly, right? You can never do that perfectly in a reasonable way, because the only way to always find the person that would have won the game if they had it played normally is to have it play out normally, which that is not an option. It has to end sooner than that. You know what I mean? So you will always have some margin of error when deciding a winner early, right? There will always be some percentage of games where the time rules declare someone the winner of the game that maybe wouldn't have won the game otherwise, right? That is something that you cannot avoid completely, right? So what we should be trying to do is we should try to declare that person the winner that was like at a decently good success rate. Basically, we should try and like avoid declaring the person the winner that probably would have not won the game. So I think that, and hear me out. My take is that specifically cards that increase or decrease life points, like the Ladybug or whatnot, are not the biggest problem with the time rules, because let me put it that way. If I'm going first and we go into time and I get to pull off my full combo into search a one-off side decked card, I'm arguing that I'm winning that game most of the time anyways, right? Like if I'm going first with Spright and I'm going to do full combo and then resolve my gigantic Spright at the end of the full combo, I'm probably winning that game anyways if there's no time, right? Not always. Of course, there's cards like Dark Ruler No More that could make it like closer and whatnot, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm probably winning that game, right? If I go first. If I go first with Tearlaments and I mill my entire deck and I hit a freaking Ladybug of all things, I'm probably winning the game too, right? If we're being honest, right? The win rate going first is pretty good in Yu-Gi-Oh! So the person going first, accessing their one-of side deck card, is probably winning the game, right? The Tearlament player going first, doing all their combos, and then resolving a Sprite sprint is probably winning the game in a no timeout scenario as well, right? Not always, but more often than not. And that's specifically why I don't think those time cards are a problem. Or a huge problem, I should say. What I have, on the other hand, what I have a bigger problem with is just some games ending in the middle of it. Like basically, there's games where time is called, or where people enter game 3 with like 2 minutes left, right? We all know that feeling of like most of us should know that feeling in like a tournament where the clock is down to 2 minutes and then you're going into game 3 and you're not going to get a turn and they're going to get some life points and it feels bad, but at the end of the day, if they get to go first in game 3, they are more likely to win than if I'm going second, right? They are more likely to win in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's just how current Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. The player going first is more likely to win, so the time rules declaring the player going first as the winner because they play a card for it is not actually that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Do you know what I do? Do we understand that? Do you get my point? I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm not saying it always declares the right person the winner. But what I'm saying is the person going first 2 minutes before time is more likely to win anyways. So it's not that bad, not that big of a deal. In that specific situation, which means that like cards like Ladybug, cards like Scattershot, cards like Red Resonator, I don't think they are the biggest problem. They feel bad to lose against. I don't like playing against these cards. It feels bad. But if you're realistic, like if you're going second and your opponent pulls off a full Sprite combo on you, you're probably losing, right? I lost going second. That I'm not saying that. That's exactly what I said. Like literally 30 seconds ago. It is not perfect. Of course, you don't have a 0% chance of winning going second. Of course not. But at this point, what do you want from the time rules? The time rules have to do this in some way, shape, or form. They have to abbreviate the game to a point where it ends earlier than it would have ended. So you have to declare someone the winner that maybe would have not won otherwise. That maybe would not have won otherwise. But I think that's okay. We will talk about what other options there are, because what I will say right off the bat, what I will say is, while I don't think the current time rules are awful, I think they could hypothetically be better, right? And that's something I want to get to. Now, I think it's more of a problem if you have a game 2 that goes really, really long and just goes into time. Or when you have a game 3 that starts with like 15 minutes left or 10 minutes left, where it's too early to use cards like freaking Scattershot or Ladybug or Resonator, but they still have a very high chance of going into time, but ending in a very, very weird fashion where someone just attacks over like a Sprite Elf for 500 damage and then randomly wins the game because of that. I think that's weird. I think that situation is very, very weird. I think that's a much bigger problem than the one where it ends with the player going first winning, right? I think the player going first in time just winning is not a big issue. I think the games that are in the middle, in a heated back and forth, or like, you know, player going second trying to play into a board and it takes a bit of time, and then those games going into time, I think is where it becomes a little bit of a problem, because those are the games where if you're in the middle of the game and you look at the boards and it's like, okay, they both have a little bit of things going on, but one player has 7,500 life points and the other player has 8,000 life points. I think my argument in that situation is that in that spot, you cannot say who is more likely to win based off of life points, right? In that situation, if it's a back and forth game, the life points don't matter in Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's why I think the life points are a bad way to calculate who's winning, right? The problem is I think that in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, going back to an older style of rule where you let them play out one more turn each, or even like you count from 0 to 3 or whatever, I think that's unreasonable, simply because that would basically mean playing the entire game to a finish, right? That basically would be like playing without a time limit, because most of the time, let's be realistic here, a Yu-Gi-Oh match nowadays doesn't take 4 turns anymore most of the time. So the old time rules were also not really suitable anymore because they just basically didn't mean anything. And so I think that somewhere between turn ends after the current phase and we need to give them more turns, I think there is a better solution in the middle. I don't think necessarily that it has basically something to do with how much longer the game goes. I think it's more so that they should maybe consider taking a different variable into account when deciding who wins, right? I'm saying life points should not be the one that they look at. Like, for example, I think that I think one idea that I had, I don't know if we talked about this recently. I think that and this is one thing that they do, I believe, in Pokemon, and might also be the case in Magic, is that if they don't have a clear winner, by the end of time, they simply call it a draw. It doesn't matter who has more life points in Magic. It doesn't matter who has more or less prize cards left in Pokemon. If the game is not over, it's a draw, right? Clear winner, attacking for game. And so what my suggestion would be, and I've thought about this for a decent amount of time, is let the current player play out their turn. Let the player that currently has a turn play out his turn. And if he can reduce the opponent's life points to 0, or if any player can reduce the opponent's life points to 0, they win. And if no player goes down to 0 life points, it should be a draw, in my opinion. I don't think you should be winning because you attack over a freaking Sprite Elf for 500 damage. I don't think you should be losing because you've activated a Sprite Starter. I don't think you should be like losing because you had to Solemn Judgment a Lightning Storm. I think those are games that are very open for both players to still win, right? What about Top Cut? Top Cut already has different time rules. Top Cut already has extra turns if there's no clear winner by the time rules. We could just do the same thing. The amount of draws in the tier mirror would be insane. Well, then let it be like that. Who cares? Then you get a couple of draws. Then there's more draws in general, right? But then a draw is not that bad. If many other players get a draw as well, maybe that's one of the drawbacks of playing tier limits then, right? Right now, you can't play Dynamorphia as well because of the current time rules. Like, the time rules are always going to have an impact on how the game is being played, right? The current time rules have a negative impact for Spright because that deck cannot gain life points, and it has starter, right? And they have a positive impact for decks like Sky Striker, right? I personally feel like having 100 more life points or having a couple less life points than your opponent is very indicative of who is going to win the game, and that's why I think you have to come up with a different metric. Basically, you have to come up with a different method of declaring the winner, or just call it a draw. That is my take. That is my take. Essentially, is don't mess around with, oh, you get 1 turn, you get 2 turns, you get a battle phase, you get 4 turns. No, that doesn't fix anything. The core problem is that life points are not the deciding factor in Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. Life points are simply not the deciding factor anymore. And they shouldn't be taken into consideration when deciding the winner in time. That is my couple cents. I hope you understood or I hope you can get behind why I think that way. And it would literally save so much time, and I think it would also not encourage as much sharking or whatever that people often have negative experiences with at big tournaments, or sometimes. It simply doesn't exist that much, because at the end of the day, a draw is something that can feel okay for both players, and there's really not that much going on in terms of like what is it going to do for you that you stall for like 30 seconds or whatnot if you just get like if you have to win the game on the spot anyways. Well, okay, enough of that. I personally don't have a huge problems with the current time rule anyways. Like, every once in a while it sucks to lose by them. It happens. But I think you have to realize that is always going to happen with how the time rules go. Because simply said, like I said earlier, the time rules are here to declare a winner early, and that is always going to have a certain chance to declare the wrong person the winner, no matter how you do it. No matter how you do it. Even with 3 extra turns, you can sit there after 3 extra turns and have the most insane hand, and you can come back next turn, but the time rules don't give you an extra turn. Also feels bad, right? There's always a feel bad situation when time rules are involved. You don't get rid of that. You know, that's what you always think it's better if it changes in this or that direction. At the end of the day, you're going to have games where you have more life points than your opponent on the first turn, but then 3 turns later, suddenly you have 1,000 life points less, but next turn you would definitely win, and then it feels super bad. But yeah. Anyhow, let me open my window. It's freaking warm in here. The thing I'd love to change for the time rules is end of turn instead end of phase. Like, the last 2 weeks, my only losses were because of time and only because it was end of phase and not end of turn. It happens. What do you think of Herman's opinion that Konami needs to reform the world's points system? I can give you my opinion on that. Let me see if I can find this tweet before we hop into Duelingbook. It's gonna take me a few minutes though. There was it's like a week ago. I have no idea how World's Points work. Okay, I'll explain it to you then. Which is a relevant topic for all of Europe. Oh, by the way, X-Reshock and Toastdoll, thank you guys for the 2 months each. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting the stream. It means a lot to me. Thank you. So, Herman Hansen tweeted like a week ago, maybe controversial opinion, but the World's Point system should either be completely reworked or removed. The fact that you can go to Worlds just by living in a certain area is ridiculous. At the same time, it's basically impossible to go to Worlds if you don't. Now, what does he mean by this? And first of all, I think a few of these statements are very, very like over exaggerated, but I'm gonna get into that. The way the world's point system currently works, the way the world's point system currently works, I can only speak for Europe. I think it is relatively similar in other TCG regions, but for Europe, it works this way. We play the game for one season, which is basically 1 year, and you collect points. And you get these points at regional level tournaments or higher. That means regionals, nationals, YCSs, and it used to be the European Championship, but I think now it doesn't give you points at the European Championship anymore. So it's just regionals, YCSs, and nationals. So those are the tournaments that you go to and you collect points. And you do this so that at the end of the season, they look at the top 16 point earners from Europe. They take the top 16. Music too loud? Okay, I can lower the music. They take the top 16 in point earners and they throw them into a playoff. They throw them into a playoff, and they play a single elimination bracket, to determine 3 people that go to Worlds. So out of these top 16 point earners, 3 people go to Worlds for the Worlds race, and then the other 3 people that go to Worlds are found at the European Championship, right? 3 people go from the European Championship and 3 people go from the World's Points Playoff. Now, it works a little bit differently this year, particularly in 2023, because in 2020, the World's Race was already underway, right? The World's Race was already underway, but then the 2020 World Championship didn't happen. So the 16 people that were like top 16 in 2020 didn't get anything. So this year in 2023, they're actually going to throw all of them together into one huge 32-player playoff for only 3 spots. So it's going to be a lot harder, or like it's going to be harder this year as well. And now, why does Herman feel like that you can go to Worlds just by living in a certain area? That is because the amount of points you get at a regional depends on how many players are playing in that regional. The bigger the regional, the more points you get. We don't have to get any technical on how many exactly you get, but basically, the more people, the more points. And this means that, and I'm not going to deny this, there is a significant advantage here if you live in like the regions that have very big regionals, and also many of those. Germany, UK, Italy, France, those countries have bigger regionals than other countries, and they also have more regionals because they have more players. They simply have more players, and that's why they have bigger regionals, which give more points, and they have them more frequently. Which is, in a way, it's not fair to the individual player, but like to be honest, how else are you gonna do it? How else are you gonna do it? Because like if I go to like 10 regionals a year and I win a couple of them that have like 400 or 500 people, of course I'm supposed to have more points than someone in Sweden who's only gone to 2 regionals with like 80 people. Like at the one, I can understand the frustration, but I don't really see how like what the consequences should be, because I think that removing the system is much worse than beforehand. Because I'm going to be quite honest, just being able to qualify just from the European Championship is also not a very good system. That's how it used to be before they put this this system in place, right? Now maybe there's ways to rework this. However, I will say that they have shown to continuously rework the system, because when this started, it was even worse. When this started in 2017, that was the first year that we got a point system for the World Championship. In 2017, the way it worked is if you were from Sweden, you could not go at all. You could not possibly go. It was in the rules that you could not go. Because in 2017, the rules were the top point earner from Germany goes to Worlds. No qualification, playoff, nothing. If you had the most points from Germany, you go. If you have the most points from Italy, you go. If you have the most points from the UK and from France, those 4 players just went to Worlds. That was how it went in 2017 and in 2018. That is literally how it worked, which ended up in a very weird situation. Now, I was happy with it because I got to go in 2017 and 2018, but I still acknowledge that there was pretty big problems in those years, because we had people like literally in Germany. There was Alpay Engin in 2017 who had he was second in points overall. He was very closely behind me. He had more points than the people from France, Italy, and the UK that went to Worlds, but he did not go, which was awful. It was awful. He grinded all year, got second place in Germany behind me. He was still in front of everyone else on the list, I believe, and still didn't get to go. And there was other people who had a lot more points than some of the others. I think in the top 4 in that year overall, there was 3 Germans. There's 3 Germans in top 4 and only 1 got to go. Right? And it was an awful, it was not an awful system, but it left a lot to be desired. And they did rework a couple of things. And also on top of that, there was also the possibility to collect points, for example, at US regionals. Because in 2017, when it got really, really close, I myself flew to the US, played 2 regionals on one weekend. I won a California regional with I think 900 or 1,000 players. And that basically made it impossible for Alpay to do it anymore. Which, I didn't make the rules. But this is literally, I flew to the US before, for a regional, before I've never been there for a YCS at that point in 2017. I had never gone there for a YCS, but then I had to go for a freaking regional. And then they switched that up in 2018. In 2018, they were okay, same system, still only 1 from Germany, 1 from Italy, 1 from UK, and 1 from France, but now you can't get points in the US anymore. Right? That's what they did. And then in 2019 was the first year where they entered the playoff. The playoff was because people wanted to compete from every single country, right? And that's the year where basically they started just ignoring where you are from, right? The country doesn't matter anymore. You just collect points, and the top 8 in points have a playoff at the Friday of the European Championship for 3 spots. So 8 people for 3 slots. Was the playoff situation in 2019, which I'm going to tell you, I qualified in 2019, but it was a lot more stressful. And the Friday of Euros, that top 8 playoff was freaking nerve-wracking. It was so nerve-wracking. Now, I personally think that there is no better solution than having some sort of playoff. It has to be some sort of playoff for Worlds, in my opinion. The thing that we can discuss about, in my opinion, is how do you select the people that play in the playoff, right? How do you select the people that can play in the playoffs, and how big is that playoff going to be? And then number 3, how exactly does the playoff work, right? Because I'm going to tell you, I was not a big fan of it being single elimination. I think it should have been double elimination. That's what I'm trying to get to. I think single elimination was not a good decision. Of course, double elimination makes it go significantly longer. I think that's why they made that decision at the end of the day. Is double elimination takes longer, so they went with single elimination. I think all YCS winners should go to Worlds as well. See, that's the thing. Somehow the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG or the Yu-Gi-Oh the Konami Japan or Konami Europe or Konami NA, I don't know who exactly, but somewhere they feel like they have to make the World Championship very, very exclusive and very, very small, because the the situation is as follows. We only get about, 27 players each year that go to Worlds. Only 27, which in other games is very, very different most of the time. Like, for example, in the Pokemon trading card game, or also the Pokemon video game, it's very different. You basically grind the entire year. You also collect points, but everyone who hits a certain threshold is qualified for Worlds. So what ends up happening is the Pokemon World Championship is this really big event with like, how big is it? I don't actually know. I'm guessing like 400 to 500 people from all over the world, which is like very, very hype in my opinion. Like that's, in my personal take, that's a lot cooler. Like it's a 3-day event, 500 people. And they even have, I think they used to have like last chance qualifiers where even if you weren't qualified, you could go, and like it's like a really hype sort of thing that you can work towards all season, which I would like. I would prefer that so much. I would think it would be insane if we had a Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship where like, even if it's just like 200 players, where like the absolute best of the best from all over the world get to qualify and go to the World Championship and like duke it out in like in 2 or 3 days. I think that'd be so much more nice than just having 27 people play a 5-round tournament essentially. But for some reason, they want it to be small. So we have to live with it, right? We have to live with the fact that it's a bit smaller than we would like it to be. I'm not trying to change their mind on that. However, what I do think is possible is to make at least the way you can qualify as good as possible, because I think the worst possible solution would be to go back to the old system where only the top 4 or top 6 of the European Championship qualify. And now I'm telling you why I think that's an awful system, is that it does not take into consideration how good your year was in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? You can literally win every single YCS of a year and then not top Euros, or lose in top 8 of Euros or top 16 of Euros, and you don't go to Worlds. And I think that's like not, I think the goal of a World Championship should be to get the best players, right? And like if someone does super, super well across multiple YCSs in a year, that person should probably be at the World Championship. Right? That person should probably be at the World Championship, is what I would argue. Now, I remember reading through some of this, and I remember Paulo having an interesting take. As usual. Now, Europe has 16 spots for the playoff. But now you could do it 8 spots for the biggest point earners in the season, and the other 8 spots for the biggest point earners, only counting the YCS events into the playoff. That is a good take. That way, even if you're from Sweden, or from a country that's like relatively small, doesn't get many regionals, if you do well in a couple YCSs, better than the other people, you could still qualify. I think that's a good solution. You know what I mean? I think that's a good solution. That way you can include people who can't grind random regionals but go super deep in YCSs consistently. I think that's a great take. I think that would be a great solution, right? Is like 8 players from the regionals and YCS point system, and then 8 people, just the ones that performed best at the YCSs. And now then maybe 16 players, double elimination, super based system. I love it. Right? I think that would be super based. Now, someone else is mentioning a different point in the chat right now, is like, is the leaderboard out for the World's points? And that is another issue that I personally have. We don't have a leaderboard currently. We do not currently have a leaderboard. The only way to currently know where you're standing is to calculate your own points based on the regionals you went to, and then basically you have to check all the standings from other regionals, and you also have to know which like how big all of these regionals were, and then calculate the points for everyone else. Right? Which is weird. I don't know exactly what the reason is. It might be a data protection thing. It's just, it's weird. I know that some people are keeping track. Some people are keeping track in like spreadsheets and whatnot. But it is... we used to have it. I think NA has it. Yes. We used to also have it. We used to also have that in Europe, like in 2017, 18, and 19. There was always a leaderboard. To be fair, they updated it usually like late. Like you would have to, it was like a month or two behind. So you never exactly knew where you were standing. And you also, sometimes they would forget to add an event. They would add it way too late. So points were not always like completely accurate. But it was better than having nothing. It was definitely better than having nothing. And like right now, we don't have anything. The only thing I know, luckily, is that because of YCS Utrecht and YCS Dortmund, I'm pretty sure I'm first. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about it this year. I think it's the start to my season was good enough to guarantee a top 16 at the end. We have the leaderboard, but without Italian players. Well, feel free to send it to me on Discord. I would be interested in how it's looking right now. But yes, that's a little bit of an insight into the life of a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, right? That's the things we have to deal with, is like collecting points for the which, by the way, shout out to Matthew Bell, who I do believe has some say in how it's working, the World's Point system, and has always been super open to feedback, which I think is great. No, he quit? Wait, he quit? Well, unfortunate. I know he used to. Well, that's a shame. Anyways, little bit of an excursus. But yeah. Okay. You don't go to Worlds from winning your nationals anymore? You never did. We never did. It was always the European Championship. Which, at the one, I mean, it's hype to qualify for Worlds if you win the European Championship, right? Or if you get top 4 in the European Championship. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make sure that the best players go to... It does not make sure that the best players go to Worlds. Like, I mean, look, and I say that where in 2012, that was how I went to Worlds for the first time. This is how my competitive... Basically, my super competitive experience started in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because I got top 4 at the European Championship. I went to Worlds in 2012. And then after that, I just didn't miss a single YCS afterwards. Because I just got super hype about the game. But let me tell you, in 2012, I was not one of the best players in the world. I should have, like, if they had a better system in 2012, I would have probably not went to the World Championship. In the US, you went by winning nationals. Yes, because that in the US, your nationals is different than the European nationals. For us, if I say nationals, it's like German national championship, French, Italian, UK national championship, and they are all combined in one continental European championship. That's the one that qualifies you for Worlds. In the US, the national championship is basically your continental championship for North America. It's the same thing. You just refer to it as nationals, but it's essentially the continental championship because it's not just US, it's Canada as well, right? So it is a continental championship and not technically not a national championship. Did you ever win a national? I did not win a national. No, I got second in 2015. That's the closest I've gotten to winning German nationals. How many people go to Worlds? I think it's 27 or 28. 27 or 28. Is there a card you can search off Triple Tactics Tasking that can deal with the Kashtira board? I think Talents and Dark Ruler aren't bad. You could also get Raigeki, which deals with everything except for Shangri-Ira. Murmur of the Forest. Murmur of the Forest. Target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Change that target to face-down fence position. Then you can return all field spells on the field to the hand. You can't activate the card that turn, though? Well, you can add it to your hand if your opponent has a monster. Wait, why is this good against Kashtira? What do you book? The Shangri-Ira or the Macrocosmos? Dark Ruler doesn't work against Kashtira. Well, it works if you don't care about your zones being locked, like 3 or 4 of them. Isn't tasking insane with couple of aces? No. Short answer. No. Stop what you're doing right now. Delete it from your delete that from your brain. Delete that from your brain as we speak. Who said that? Let me add a Sprite Smasher to this bad boy. And let me also add a Sprite Red, maybe. Do we take out Ash? Well, it seems weird. You know what my problem with this deck is? It's quite fun. Maybe we don't need Gust Kraken. Oh, that looks so much better too. Will Ash be good next format even? Well, it's not bad. It is not bad, but it's... I'm not sure if it's amazing or not. I think this deck wants Downerd. Maybe we only need 1 Gigantic, or we don't need Sprint. No, we need 2 Gigantic because of the Kashtira. We might not need Sprint in this one. Yeah. We're fixing the split pots in a second. Hold up. We put the tasking here with the 2 targets. Saved. I think Salvage is interesting with together with Gust Kraken. You can maybe nasty hand loop if you draw a Salvage. Don't you need 2 Zeus? See, that's something we can talk about if we test a bit against Kashtira. So this is that. Let me mix it up a bit though. Should we play a game with Kashtira? Let's do it. Alright, chat. Post Photon Hypernova, we continue the journey of testing. Oops, I didn't put a password. Let's get it. Password is Josh. Who's ready? Photon Hypernova. Do you think... Oh my god. Agido, Kelbeck, Modora. Alright. All of your names should be limited or banned. You think Bestials fall off next format. So... the general consensus is yes. The general consensus is yes, they will fall off because they basically suck against Kashtira and they suck against Flunder, and both of those decks seem to be relevant. Oh, we have Shifter and Ash. We're the best players. Fenrir. Okay. Am I supposed to Ash Fenrir? Well, no, I can't. No. I can't because I have Shifter. I should have shifted before, maybe. Searching a second Fenrir. Also, I think Blark and Pizza Sandwich, I'm sorry, but I think I forgot to say thank you for your subs because I was caught up in I think I was caught up in the time rule and world's points discussion, but I appreciate you. I saw that. I saw you. Sharon, fine. No, I'm shiftering. You don't mill. Yeah, if you change shifter to Sharon, you don't mill 3 cards because Sharon says special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, send a monster from your hand to the graveyard, then send the top 3. Because the sending a monster from hand to grave doesn't happen, you don't get the mill. All good. Have you looked into Labyrinth? I have, yes. I have looked into Labyrinth. I do like Labyrinth as a deck. Labyrinth looking nice, but also expensive. Yeah, that's the problem. That is the problem with those side sets, right? Is if the cards ever become good, they actually can turn out quite expensive because no one knows when they get reprinted, right? Also, if you've been enjoying the stream, feel free to hit the follow button. I'm trying to hit 20k follows by the middle of the year, and if you're enjoying the content, feel free to do that. Set a normal trap if your opponent controls a monster. Can you ash that if you don't have a monster? No, right? Because it doesn't contain that effect. Can you ash it if you don't have a monster? Because it's only able to set. I think you can. I think it's definitely not like a nightmare, because for a nightmare, it's already at activation, it's already decided. I think I can.
Joshua now has perfect information.
YGO Cody, I think it's shown for the 8 months already. Yo. Okay, so the reason why I think you can... is because in this case, it could still happen that they can add a card from their deck to their hand. Like if I respond with a Bestial, for example, for whatever reason, they could add the card to their hand. Whereas with a Nightmare, it's different, because with a Nightmare, it's basically clear at activation time that you will draw or you will not draw. Yeah, I think that's how it is. I wonder what they were going to set from deck. Probably just, maybe they play a Meta Noise for the tasking. Maybe they play a Meta Noise. Which would have been annoying, but not the end of the world, because we have Shifter active. I mean, Shifter... we do lose to Baguska. We do lose to Baguska, yeah. Meta Noise is hella good against... It is good against Kashtira, but like under Shifter is not as bad. Nightmares specifically state that they have to be co-linked on act. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. Ooh, set rotation. Uh-oh. we are going to be Baguskat, it seems like. But we get a Para Isos in return, which we already have. Yep. Maybe I should have let the tasking resolves, because they can't get talents. It would have just been a trap card. Well, the good news is they might not have that much follow-up themselves. Oh, there it is. Do you have an out to Baguska in the extra deck? We don't. That might be a mistake. Negate the activator's effect that we're in defense position. Oh, we do play Donner. Well, we can make Donner, but then we can't play after, is the problem. You play the Scareclaw, it can attack in defense. Yes. But I can't add it. Well, I can add it, but I can't summon it, is what I should say. Like, if I add it, special summon this card, banish a Kashtira or Scareclaw card from your hand or grave. I don't have another one. I think I have to summon Fenrir in defense and pass. And try and sit on Ash plus this. Hope they can't out it. Well. Detach in standby. Yeah. You could have summoned Unicorn at spell, summon the defense guy. You cannot do that under Baguska. Do you realize how Baguska works? That's the whole point. That is the problem. If we could just use our effects, we would not be in trouble right now. That would not be a problem. So basically, they can turn Baguska into attack position, but what do they do from there is the bigger question. Because if they turn Baguska into attack position, that also enables my Fenrir. So we might just be passing back and forth, and I think I have a... I mean, I can draw out of this. Next turn, I can actually... No, I can out it next turn. I can go Para Isos. No, I can't. Nah. Huh. Normal summon Ash into Donner. It's so risky though. Like if... Because they still have their Fenrir, right? So I would have to Donner this, then special Unicorn attack Fenrir. No, I could play actually. Oh. Yeah, I could have played. I was afraid of... The problem is if they have a Havness, it's very annoying. Unicorn is 25, so I could have gone normal summon Ash, Donner. Tribute a monster, yeah. But we are in a similar spot than last turn. They could have obviously top decked like an insane play, but we have Ash as well. Oh, okay. During the main phase, quick effects per sound. This is so annoying. Hold on. Do I have to Ash this and hope they can't play after? Do I have to Ash this and hope they can't play after? But what if it doesn't hit? The problem is if I Ash it now, they have it again. No, I have to let it go. Yeah, go. You simply miss. Please. Wait, where did they go? Please miss. Ugh. They did not miss. Wait, I could have ashed that it's on field, right? Yeah, I mean now it's dumb. I can't rewind now. They already milled. This card is insane. It was probably correct to ash the effect on the field where it goes for milling. Because it's an on-field effect to mill, yeah. Should have probably negated that with Ash. But now we're not getting out of this. I have none. I have no side, but you can. I told them they could side because I felt like it'd be stupid and hypocritical to not let them side against Fissure and whatnot. No, I won't. Your deck has problems post side. Yo, you don't assume shit about my deck. Okay. I think we go Prosperity first. One, two. Hello? Zeus? 3. Do we go for 6? Since we already have Fenrir and Fissure? 3. Para Isos, I'm pretty sure is supposed to fetch Unicorn. That way we can go Unicorn. We can go Unicorn, activate the effect, grab Birth. And that then normal summons Fenrir, right? That grabs Rise Hard. And then we make the thingy. Shangri Era. And this is now a situation. If you control a Kashira, special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon except Seek during your main phase. This is normal special. Banish a Kashira card from your deck. Yes, so we go special summon this. Effect. This is cost, which banishes Big Bang. Banish the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck face down. And then we trigger this, and we trigger this. This will basically summon one of those. And we block a zone. Ooh. Did I do this right so far? Because now we go Mind Hacker. Am I missing an extender? Have I missed something? I thought the 2-card combo ended on... Oh wait, I haven't used Birth yet. That's what it is. I haven't used Birth to special summon. I was confused for a second. Detach a material. Look at the opponent's extra deck. Banish Zeus. And then we trigger Shangri-Ira and Diablosis as well, right? You don't get a Rise Art to 3 materials turn 1 in this line is the only thing. What is the alternative? How do you get the 3 material Rise Art immediately? Pop. Pop. Oh, if you don't care about the zone blocking? I see. Oh, wait, yeah, of course. Oh, one more. Who's more annoying, Fenrir or Unicorn? Like blind. Yep, backseat gaming. I mean, in the case where I'm also learning the deck right now, I don't actually mind a little bit of backseating. I don't actually mind it. I'm asking you questions, literally. It's okay. Because these cards are also new to me. Currently. There's probably a bunch of people in chat that have more experience with Kashira than I do. At this point in time. Why don't you play 7 stars? I don't think it's bad. I just think Prosperity is better for consistency. Yeah, I mean, before siding, Fissure is just always game. I don't actually know. You think people will play Fissure in this? Because it's like awful in the mirror match. Awful against Flunder. Of course, really good against Tier. It seems a little win more. Yeah, I agree. It's probably better to play like Imperm. You might only side it. That is a good point. You might just side fissure for tier, because it's like good going first and second against tier. Like going second, it's like not the best, but it still works into tier boards. Like you can activate it, it's fine. Try triple tactics tasking, TTT, and 1 magic reflector. I don't know. Ooh, Keldo effect. We're in trouble. Oh. It could be good at Lyon since most people won't have Kashira built by that time, since it'll only be a week old. I don't think that's how it works in a YCS environment. I think most people still just play the deck. At least if you try and do well in the tournament, you also have to be prepared for Kashtira. Get it twisted. Okay, that's bad. Yeah, maybe in the early rounds. In the early rounds, there might not be that many. Yep. Oh, God. One more. No, this just mills 2. Oh, my God. Do we lose without Big Bang? Bro, we lose anyways. Do you see what's happening? I think I'm gonna be honest. I'll give you a hot take. I think Tearlaments is still the better deck than Kashtira, and I'll tell you exactly why. I think if Tearlaments goes first, they win almost every time unless you have Shifter, which you only have like a 30-something% chance to have going second, I think. And if you go first, though, they have more hand traps than you do. Like if you go first with Kashtira, even if you draw combo, they can have Havness, they can have Tearlaments Kashtira, they can have random other hand trap. Like, it's just way better, I think. Overall. And then after, we don't even talk about after siding. Like, after siding, it gets much worse. Like, Nibiru, Book of Eclipse, Swords of Concealing Light, whatnot. Praying to God in heaven, tier is dead by YCS London. I'ma tell you one thing. There's like a almost 0% chance that Tearlaments is dead by YCS London. If you've missed it, in the beginning of the stream, we've looked at the OCG metagame. We've looked at the OCG metagame right now, and they have 0 Kid Kalos, 1 Rhinohorde, 1 Sharon, 1 Perlorino, 1 Agido, 1 Keldo, and only 2 Havness. 31% in the metagame is Tearlaments. 31% in the metagame is Tearlaments. It's insane. Cash feels very similar to Flunder in terms of strength and weaknesses because it is exactly that. It is exactly that. Kashtira is the Flundery's retrain. Nothing else. It's Flunder, but different. It's just another flavor. The DLC, Flunder 2, is what this deck is. Play Shifter and be annoying, but now in a different flavor. Also, you get to experience, like, look at it from this perspective. All the Flunder players are now finally able to experience the adrenaline rush from a special summon again. Imagine that. Imagine how that must feel. If you've been a Flunder Andy for 2 years, and now all of a sudden you're supposed to special summon, that's crazy. Kashtira dies to more than Flunder. At least Flunder can rebuild a board with the trap. Brother, I think Zombie World would like to have a word with you. I think Zombie World would like to have a word with you about that. Isn't it funny how we have an entire freaking ban list and deck discussion while the tier limit opponent in the meantime has put 5 monsters on the board with 5 cards in hand still, and it's still not even close to our turn, and we're just out here chatting, having a good time, or like not so good of a time, but like, you know, we're having a time. Well, 6 cards if you want to count that one, yeah. And already a shuffler disruption in the graveyard. Isn't that nice? And I don't think they've normal summoned yet. So literally their 5-card opening hand could still like complete like play. They have not normal summoned, I believe. They just went special summon Keld. This is what Keldo did, by the way. This is what Keldo did. Nothing else. They've invested a Keldo and Agido combination into us. This is what it did. New Mr. Beast video. I gave someone 1 Keldo and 1 Agido, and that is what I ended up with. I locked someone in a room with 1 Keldo and 1 Agido, and this is what happened. Instant 10 million view video. Why playing Ash? Isn't it too low impact? It might be. It might be. What do you think about branded Bestial Despia after Photon Hypernova? I'm gonna make a tier list for post Photon Hypernova where I talk about all of these decks. But for now, I think before we get a ban list, all of those decks are at max tier 2. Like, they are playable. It's a good deck, what you're talking about. Like branded Bestial Despia, that's a good deck. It's just not top tier anymore. Like, as long as people can play this, it's going to be stronger. Unfortunately. I'm honestly thinking of just switching to Despia branded stuff. I can't buy more stuff for tier, man. I already overpaid for the Ishizu cards. I know how that feels. Is Kash a good deck? It's a good deck, yeah. I'd be lying if I said that I liked Kashtira. I don't think it's a very healthy type of deck. But it is good, I think, is my first gut feel. It feels, to me, it feels exactly like Flunder. Almost. It almost feels like Flunder. Like, not exactly the same, but kind of the same. Look, honestly, I personally am more hoping for the Ishizu cards to get a really hard hit on the next ban list, because I personally don't have the biggest issue with I don't have the biggest issue with the Tearlament archetype. I just have an issue with the Ishizu cards mostly. Like, of course Tearlaments are strong and too powerful and whatnot, but my biggest problem is with the Ishizu cards. Like, with the Ishizu cards, I have like, it's getting personal at this point. Oh, yeah, Redoer. Yes. Bob, what did I get? Shifter, enjoy. Main 1. Activate Fissure. Win the game? Question mark? So I have to go The problem is I can't run over Fenrir because of the freaking Paraisos. Monka, I can't attack over Fenrir is going to banish my fissure. This is not fair. Fenrir just banishes my fissure. Can I prevent this?
Joshua now has perfect information.
Time is running.
Ooh, I can make Big Eye. I can go Special Unicorn, activate Papias, Special Summon one other from the deck, make Big Eye, take Fenrir. But then Big Eye can't attack, yeah. How big is it? 100 for each attribute among. Okay, well. Wait, but they can negate the Papias with Rule Kalos. Oh. On summon. Oh. Man. Bro. You have birth? And then what? Like, this gets booked, what do I do? I can birth out a Fenrir, then what? No, I can't even. They just negate that with Rule Kalos. They just negate birth with Rule Kalos, and then I lose. If I summon Rise Hard, they just activate Fenrir. Because the effect of Rise Hard to special summon itself activates, because it's after a colon, right? This one activates. You didn't even get the best end board. If you don't draw Shifter, Cash can't win. I don't think it can, really, yeah. You can't normal summon... Oh, wait, I could normal summon it, yeah. I could normal summon it. The problem is I have to activate its effect to make it level 7. It's not a level 7 by default. If I activate its effect, then I have to... Like, they can banish with Fenrir. It doesn't work. I don't get through this. And even if I get to make, like, a Zeus play... Even if I get to make a Zeus play, it pops my own fissure. Nah, it doesn't work, I think. No. Uncle Ollie, thank you for the 7 months already. Enjoy your new sub badges. How are you liking the sub badges, everyone? So far. We happy with them? I'm pretty happy with them. I think they turned out amazing. Papaya summons in defense, yeah. Papayas does summon in defense. They're cool? Okay, Pog. Next up, new emotes. If you have any emote suggestions, feel free to drop them in the Discord. I'm gonna get them done soon. The new emotes. Very soon. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think it's really worth testing Kashtira a lot.
Perfect information.
I'd rather have some fun. Or, no, before we do this, I know it's Troll Despair situation, but let me play one Tier Limit Mirror match after Photon Hypernova. Just one. Just one. I swear I'm stopping after one. I just need to know if the Tier Mirror is like the Tier Mirror, does it get better or worse? Okay, please be on Ishizu tier. Any new thoughts on Gishki Spright? Not really new, no. I still think it's good. I don't think it's better than freaking Kashtira tier. Also, this is like the worst Kashtira tier hand you can draw. Me Messengelado, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the support. Thank you. We are playing against viewers, not necessarily. You don't have to be subbed to play. You just have to be fast. Of course, if you want to use that free Prime sub to support the channel in the meantime, I'm not saying no to that. That helps a ton. Yes. I'm never fast enough, Sag. You can be the next one, X Crazy. We can do that. Uh-oh. Adventure? Oh my god. What is he cooking? And how does he get rewarded? Why does he only mill Enchantress? Where's the freaking Griffin? Where's the Draco back? Where's the Fateful Adventure? I guess he could shuffle them back in anyways. But why is it just Enchantress? That's not fair. Have you played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? As a kid, yes. And I know this is a very unpopular opinion, but I was never a big fan of it. I never liked it. And I know a lot of people are probably going to be like, "Oh, what? Like, I love those games." I don't know. I didn't like those. It was just too different for me from Pokemon. And that was not what I was looking for in that situation. I don't think they're bad games. I just personally don't like those. Because I just want my traditional Pokemon games. If I'm playing a Pokemon game. If I want to play like a dungeon adventure or whatever, there's probably other games that do it for me. You think Plunder with Adventure can be played in this format? I do know that they get significant support in Photon Hypernova. I do know that. I don't know if it... Look, honestly, if you're trying to compete with this deck, you're going to have to be broken. It's probably playable, but probably not top tier, is my answer. It's like, it's not bad. Like, if you want to just play it at locals, you probably can. Did you ever play competitive Pokemon? Yeah. I have. Oh my god, Fateful Adventure, discard. Oh no. I think Tier is still by far the best deck, then probably Kashtira, Flounder, Sprite. Honestly, in my book, I think the margin gets wider. I think the margin gets wider after, like, the gap increases. The rich get richer with Photon Hypernova, in my opinion, because the Kashtira tier deck is even better than Ishizu tier currently, and the other decks don't really get that much better. Like, the Kashtira is just Flounder 2.0. It's the same exact thing, and Flounder doesn't get any help. And Sprite doesn't really get any help. Like, it's literally just like the decks just get the Kashtira tier deck is the one that benefits the most from Photon Hypernova, I think, which is crazy if you think about that. What's your favorite Pokemon? Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Umbreon. I don't have one favorite Pokemon, but it's those three. And it's not close. Well, as weird as it sounds, I think we're doing okay with this hand. I mean... they have a shuffler. No, we win this, I think. Unless the back row is insane. Because we drew our one-off Dark Ruler. We are just that good. Heracross best? Heracross is pretty cool. Gamer, yes. Did you catch that Umbreon in Violet? The one on top of, in the one cave? I have not. But I caught one eventually. I shouldn't have activated Fenrir yet. I should have pitched Modora for Keldo first. I do see that now, but I'm not fully focused. It's fine. I don't think this is the biggest problem. What do they like? They can go. What can they do? Like send a name? What do they summon? Rayquaza is a good shiny. Yeah, the black Rayquaza is really nice. Umbreon, though, also has a Pog shiny. Just saying.
Joshua now has perfect information.
I heckin' love tier.
Well, good for you, because we're going to be here for a while in tier format. Luca is God. Thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Metagross is a 6 shiny? Yeah, Metagross is pretty cool. Could you show us a trap tier list? Pop. I don't have a trap tier list. But I saw that one on YouTube earlier where they barked at evenly matched. That was pretty hype. Trying to think. Terraforming. Do I have to go mill 5 here? Oh, Fateful. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, they haven't used that one. They just forget. Okay, well. Terraforming for Perlorino for Sharon, Pitch Kelbeck is like the only play I really see. And then see what I mill with Kelbeck and maybe go for a mill 5 situation. Dweller's Ooze is the line. The problem is the Dragostapelia. Because that can modulate levels or negate Dweller. We might be getting it twisted here if we don't mill nice. If we don't mill nice, we might end up having to get it twisted. Mill 3. Okay, that is most definitely going to be getting it twisted. Activate Kelbeck, activate Scream. Get it twisted! Alright, Scream adds the meta noise, which is nice that we play that in this version. Bam, 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 bam. Oh my god, they've gotten it significantly more twisted than I have. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Well, we're gonna declare Sharon. Should have shuffled the shuffle before? Oh, I think, yeah. This might still work out. I think it still works out, but we'll see. Hold on. They milled another shuffler anyways. Wait, they only triggered that. Wait. Triggers only first. So just meta noise on have. Just meta noise on haveness. Okay, and they didn't trigger haveness. Well, we're gonna chain a shuffler here. Mudora to be exact. Targeting the haveness and both shufflers. Haveness and both shufflers need to go. And now their shuffler shuffles in my Sharon. The problem is, it's going to trigger my Perlorino, which is Pog and nice and cool, but I'm going to target the Dragostapelia. They're going to use Dragostapelia to prevent Dweller, and then what? They don't have a Dark in the grave. No, wait, they will have the Drago. No, it works. Okay. Saved. Both shuffler. Okay, Sharon, Keldo, go into the deck. Declare Perlorino, pop this. They need a Bestial now. If they have a Bestial, they don't lose. They have to use Dragostapelia here to put a counter on Sharon or a Keldo. That way I can't make Dweller Zeus. Yep. But now we go dark. Bravo 6 going dark. Oh, we could have also went Ossa, actually. Maybe Ossa was better to keep resources around? Ossa is better. Because it plays around the Bestial, actually. Hold up. Yeah, let's get Ossa. Doesn't Jaren go to level 4 again after Dragostapelia goes? No. That is the effect of the counter, not the effect of Dragostapelia. Is the basic way to explain it. It's not negated anymore. But it does still go down to level 1. Now we're gonna send Merly, hope for no Bestial. We still lose to a Bestial, essentially. Don't think on me. Okay, thank God. To bottom. To bottom. Oh no, I messed up. Oh, I messed up. It was dark. Dark was so much better. I'll tell you why in a second. If I had gone for dark, I could have just made Mud Dragon with the dark, but now I don't have another dark to make Mud Dragon into into Dweller Zeus. That is a little bit of a shame. It's okay though. We can still go Dweller Zeus if we want to. but very convoluted. Like normally I would just go Havness. Normally I would just go Havness, make Mud Dragon, but this way we're also gonna get there. Target Sprint. Special this. Send Sprint. Oops. Dweller. Pop. We had to get a little creative there. A little creative. Well, it works out. It might actually be better. Because now we can still hit a Havness if we want to. Or like if we can still use it. There we go. Easy clap. Whee! Telement Visionary. Android. Oh, I think I should stop that. Because they have Draco back already, right? And they can bounce my thingy now. Yeah. Well, my bad. You have to meta noise token? Wait, you can't do that, can you? You can't book tokens. No, I was confused for a second, but no, you can't. You can't do that. So they can absolutely go right over Ramesir, summon token, bounce, rule Kalos. They can do that. The problem is that I still have 2 shufflers in the grave, but I don't have follow-up yet. So actually that outs my board. The adventure engine actually coming in kind of clutch here. Yeah, I can negate right. Oh. Huh? What is... Stop that! Stop what you're doing right now. What is that supposed to mean? You're not Draco backing your own Lava Golem right now. Easy. We just draw Rhino Hard. I will just draw... No, Pearl or Rhino. That works. That's better. Because that's everything we wanted and more. F. Merly, take the wheel. Pop up. Oh, well then. Your turn, sir. Bro, how? Oh my god, what's better? Entire Tearlament deck or 1 token? Spoiler, it's the token. I could have used the shuffler. Draco back bounce. Okay. Do we die? No way we died through 2 shufflers. With 1 Lava Golem in hand. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. Yep. I thought that was cap. There's no way they kill me. They should always attack that early. Well, we try again with the next top deck. Oh no. Yep. Well, I mean, I have 3 shufflers, so that's not bothering me at this point in time. Which one do we have 2 of? Keldo. Banish Keldo. Target Havness. And recycle my Rhino Heart and my Fenrir. Yeah, Fenrir is pretty pog. But I want to like recycle good mills and good draws. So maybe it is Merly. Yeah. Merly and Rhino. This is why I'm not using Perlo Rhino, shuffling Perlo Rhino. Because Perlo Rhino is a good draw, but not a good mill in case I draw another Merly. Fenrir would be an insane draw. But not a good mill. That's why I decided for Merly. Because if I draw Merly, I'm happy. But if I mill Merly with something else, I'm also happy. And your this deck. See? Easy. I did shuffle, right? Shuffled the deck, Pog. We have shuffled. Just making sure. Pog! Woo! Oh, no! Oh, okay. No! No! Okay, I have shufflers for those. That's fine. They didn't hit a shuffler. Whoo! That was close. Both of your tiers. And Helbeck. And then this makes bottom bottom. Kid Carlos. Effect Kid Carlos. There's no way it's not an OTK. Because I can Kaleido Heart. I can dark their Kaleido Heart. Shuffle 1. I don't have Pearl of Rhino. I can add a Kashtira tier. But that has to mill something. If it doesn't, it's kind of annoying. If I just send... If I add a Kashtira tier... Banish... Merely from Grave... Special... Dark... If I go dark... make a meta noise. The meta noise, the Havness for another. I think it's Kashtira. Banish. I think Rule Kalos, actually. Yeah. Back to mill 3. Okay, we missed. We missed. I think that means we can't kill. I mean, I can go kick Kalos. Still. Wow. Oh, it can banish a card? I didn't know that. I thought it was a monster. Well, but now... Dark Kaleido. Shuffle this. No, shuffle this. Is this game? Yeah, right? Shuffles this. This is 15, 300, so 18, 3K. So yeah, it's game. It's a little messed up, but like it was game. Without the meta noise. Ugh, I mean to be fair though, the tier mirror match doesn't feel like it's gotten much better or worse with this. Of course, this list is super like cookie cutter. I just threw it together. I don't know if it's optimal or not. It's not a bad mirror match still. It's very long. It can be very convoluted, but I don't think it's a bad mirror match yet. Is it just me or our tier mirrors just so much fun? Effects resolve more often. Oh, it's true. Like no Bestials make it a bit like different. That is true. Which I guess that is, but if anything, I think that's a worse thing. Because I feel like if you go second here, you get Dweller more often. I feel like. Because there's just not as many, you know. There is still hand traps with like Havness and Tearlament's Kashtira, but it's more like gambling. Right? You have the new, but the new Kashtira tier, I think on average, opening a Tearlament Kashtira is not the same as opening a Magnamut in the mirror match. Like, Magnamut's better. Magnamut is by far better. Because, like, yeah. No, it absolutely is, I think. Kashtira Pure doesn't seem to hit as hard as people thought, given the fact that it should be the tier killer. I personally don't expect it to be like insane. I think it's just Flunder. It's the same as Flunder in terms of the concept. How is Kelbeck mained over Agido in the TCG, but it's at 1 in the OCG because of the easy rank 4 plays? You are incorrect. The card is at 1 in the OCG because the people that make the OCG ban list are sometimes a little bit weird. They didn't play 3 Agido before the ban list. They literally played 1, and then they thought it was a good idea to put it to 1. It made no sense. It made no sense at all. Okay, anyways, it's almost 5 p.m. Remember to check out the new sponsor for sustainable top loaders, SmartGuard, !smart in the chat if you want to check them out at last second. If you want to get yourself some paper top loaders, check the code Josh10 for an insane 10% off. If not, then not. That's fine. But thank you for SmartGuard for sponsoring the stream. Welcome. Looking forward to work with you guys. I think it's been a fun stream. We're gonna have a couple more fun streams this week. We're gonna check out the Master Duel event. We're gonna do a tier list for the we're gonna do a tier list for Photon Hypernova metagame. Also, one video that I have planned for this week, so look forward to that, is I'm gonna start ranking every single Yu-Gi-Oh archetype that's ever been made. We're not gonna do all that in one sitting though. We're gonna start by ranking every single Duel Monsters era archetype. I don't even know how many that is, but that's like a big project that we're gonna do. Yeah, Paleo is S tier. I already know that. But anyways, that's one thing we're going to do this week. A lot more. And yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, feel free to follow. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows so far. Appreciate you guys watching. I'm going to send you somewhere. Who's live? I'll send you to Farfa as usual because he's live right now watching some stuff. Anyways, hope you had fun. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And I hope to see you guys back tomorrow for some more Yu-Gi-Oh streaming. Yeah. Peace out, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you soon.